Chapter 555. The golden-armored giant that was like a mountain looked downwards. His face looked like it was chiseled by an axe. His eyes were calm and his lips were slightly thick. It was just that the invisible pressure he was emitting made Dongbua Shui-ing feel pressured. He is much stronger than Chihua Laozu and Monarch Mo Shui. I feel that Nanyang Palace head is only close to him. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Nanyang Palace head was a powerful existence and also the personal disciple of the temporal island lord. Why was he able to make Emperor Prison Dragon and Withered Tree Old Mother listen to his orders? It was because his strength was far above ordinary powerful existences. Even though he wasn't at the Paragon realm, his battle prowess was very close. That towering golden-armored giant looked over and said, "This is the destruction paradise. It isn't a place you can barge into." "You actually dare to barge into the destruction paradise?" A black shadow suddenly appeared on the shoulder of this huge golden-armored giant. The black shadow instantly streaked across the sky and pounced towards Dongbua Shui-ing. Dongbua Shui-ing was shocked. With a single glance, he could clearly see that the black shadow that was pouncing over was a skinny ape. He was wearing black armor and wielding a deep purple long rod. He flew over from afar and waved his long rod. The long rod rapidly expanded as though it was spanning across the heaven and earth. The deep purple long rod brought with it a might that caused Dongbua Shui-ing's heart to palpitate as it smashed towards his head. "I'm a guest. Even if I barge in, I should be chased away. Why are you attacking me directly?" Dongbua Shui-ing's heart was in a daze. However, he didn't hesitate as he hurriedly executed his scarlet cloud spear to block this rod. "I don't have any ill intentions." Dongbua Shui-ing transmitted his voice to explain. Pum! The deep purple long rod swept across the heaven and earth, sweeping against Dongbua Shui-ing's long spear. Dongbua Shui-ing could only feel a majestic force rushing towards him. He cultivated the luminous sun absolute art, which was known for its great strength. But when he faced against this deep purple long rod, he felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was instantly suppressed. Swoosh! Shui-ing's hands had been whipped to the point where their bones were twisted. The spear had been whipped directly against his chest, causing it to cave in. Shui-ing spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his entire body was sent flying back at high speed. He only stopped after flying a few 100,000 kilometers away. "The gap is too big." Dongbua Shui-ing's expression changed. He had met many opponents, including the blood-armored warriors and black-armored monsters from the blazing Blood Gate, but none of them gave him such a feeling. The huge gap between them caused Dongbua Shui-ing to be unable to retaliate at all, because no matter how much he resisted, he would still be trampled on. Fortunately, he doesn't have the intention to kill me. Even though that club smashed down just now, it didn't destroy my body. It only sent me flying back for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself. If the other party had the intention to kill him, his body would most likely explode in an instant. Every single particle of his body would be annihilated, and he would be deader than dead. He would be killed in one move. This was the difference between the two sides. Elder. Dongbua Shui-ing sent a telepathic message over. "Ah!" The ape let out a strange cry and once again swung its deep purple rod at him. Pum! Dongbua Shui-ing barely managed to raise his spear, but he was slapped so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a streak of light. Pum! Halfway through his flight, the ape swung his rod at him again. Pung, 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 pung! The ape lashed out with his rod in a frenzy, causing Dongbua Shui-ing to turn into streaks of light as he spat out fresh blood. Finally, the ape flew to a high altitude and slammed his rod down. Pung! The tip of the rod directly struck Dongbua Shui-ing's chest, causing Dongbua Shui-ing's chest to cave in. His expression changed drastically, and he plummeted down once again, slamming heavily into the ground, creating a circular crater as shockwaves spread out in all directions. Cough, 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 cough. Dongbua Shuang was also filled with grief and indignation. His body was rapidly recovering, but he looked helplessly at the ape descending from the sky. The difference between them was so huge. He could have killed him in one move, but instead of killing him, he continued to trample on him. Snow Eagle, this ape has yet to kill you. He is probably just toying with you. Monarch Mo Shue stood in the desert of the inner world, raising his head and saying, "He is extremely strong. Even if I were to go out, I would not be his match." I know. Dongbua Shuiying's voice reverberated in the inner world, replying to his father-in-law. He naturally understood. He had already experienced the strength of his father-in-law during the attack on the Lake Heart Island. How could he be as strong as this ape? The black armored ape carried the deep purple rod and looked at Dongbua Shuiying with a smile that was not a smile. "Brat, this is the destruction paradise. You actually dared to barge into my destruction paradise. I will first hit you a few times to teach you a lesson. Why are you unhappy?" Dongbua Shuiying could only maintain the smile on his face. He had no choice but to lower his head. Furthermore, he could see that the other party did not have any killing intent. The huge golden armored giant also stood up and walked over. As he walked over, his body started to shrink, eventually shrinking to a height of 100 meters. But to Dongbua Shuiying and the ape, it was still huge. It was just that it was relatively easier to communicate with each other. The golden armored giant said, "Black monkey, have you been holding it in for too long that your hands are itching? If your hands are itching, I can satisfy you. No problem, I only need one finger to fight with you." The ape immediately laughed. Leader, how would I dare to fight with you? Hee hee hee, leader, you are very smart. I have indeed been holding it in for too long. With my warlike nature, I have not been able to find an opponent. Isn't there an opponent in the destruction paradise? The golden armored giant looked at him disdainfully. The ape laughed and did not say anything. Opponent? Was being trampled called a battle? That was being toyed with. I, the great Lord Black Monkey, loved to trample on others. The feeling of being trampled was terrible. At this moment, the ape felt refreshed. He looked at Dongbua Shuiying with satisfaction. "Kid, seeing that you are a guest of my Lake Heart Island, I did not kill you. Otherwise, even if I killed you with a stick, you could only bear with it. Also, when it's about time, I will send you out of the destruction paradise." Wait, Dongbua Shuiying extended his hand to stop the ape. "You don't want to leave? Do you want to be beaten?" The ape stared. The golden armored giant said, "Kid, this is the destruction paradise. It is not a place for outsiders. You should indeed leave. If you insist on staying, I'm afraid you will not be willing to see the consequences." Dongbua Shuiying said, "I want to ask if you can send me to the outermost area of the Lake Heart Island, or send me out of the Lake Heart Island." "That won't do." The ape shook his head. "Our destruction paradise is one of the paradises opened within the Lake Heart Island. The spatial passageways that are connected to the outside world are just those few. The destruction paradise is an extremely important paradise. The spatial passageways are all connected to the interior of the Lake Heart Island. It doesn't connect to the outermost area, nor does it connect to the outside of the Lake Heart Island." Dongbua Shuiying was dumbfounded. Actually, he had also discovered that there were no spatial whirlpools at the outermost area. He was just holding onto a glimmer of hope. If he was only sent to a certain area within the Lake Heart Island, he would still be surrounded by 9 young palace head and the rest. "Seniors," Dongbua Shuiying said, "honestly speaking, I have a huge enemy outside. If I were to leave, I would most likely lose my life. I wonder if I can hide in this destruction paradise for a while, or if you have a way for me to leave the Lake Heart Island as soon as possible and escape the pursuit of the enemy. This junior will naturally be extremely grateful." There was no other way. He could only speak honestly. The ape and the golden armored giant exchanged glances. You have an enemy outside? The ape mumbled, but the rules of the destruction paradise cannot be violated. You cannot stay here unless what? Dongbua Shueing asked. Chapter 556. The monkey chuckled. You are an outsider. Even if you are a guest of my Lake Heart Island, the destruction paradise is not a place you can stay. Unless you are no longer an outsider, but one of us. So, kid, as long as you join us, you can stay in the destruction paradise for as long as you want. Join you? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. The golden-armored giant glanced at the ape and frowned. Joining us will be beneficial to you, but it'll also be troublesome. Furthermore, you can't join us just because you want to. Shueing felt bewildered and puzzled. Right now, he was completely confused. He hurriedly asked, May I know what identity you all represent? What are the benefits and trouble of joining you? Also, how can I join? Oh. The monkey suddenly raised his head and screamed. His screams resounded through the sky and spread across the vast land. There's a newcomer who wants to join us. The monkey screamed loudly, and his voice resounded throughout the entire paradise. Dongbua Shueing sighed. He had just asked and hadn't decided if he wanted to join or not. This monkey was too impatient. So, in the distance, a black-armored, skinny man with a divine sword on his back flew across the sky. On the other side, another black-armored silhouette flew over. Finally, a handsome, golden-armored young man also stepped on the void and came over, his aura soaring into the sky. Some were wearing black armor. Some were wearing gold armor. However, Dongbua Shueing could tell with a single glance that the aura emitted by the golden-armored man was much stronger. In just a short while, 8 black-armored experts and 3 golden-armored experts had gathered around him. Captain Xianya. The 8 black-armored experts were rather respectful, including the monkey. He smiled and bowed obediently. Clearly, there was a clear hierarchy. Dongbua Shueing didn't dare to interrupt. The monkey and the other 8 black-armored experts could probably kill him in a single move. As for the 3 golden-armored captains, they could crush him with a flick of their fingers. The commander is here. The golden-armored giant was the first to speak. The handsome, golden-armored youth and the ugly, golden-armored elder hurriedly looked over. The 8 black-armored experts also held their breaths and waited. In the distance, a man wearing purple gold armor walked through the air. His eyes were faintly red, as if they contained an endless sea of blood. He also wore a black cloak that fluttered in the wind, but it had the power to freeze the space around him. The purple golden-armored man walked over just like that. The surrounding world was being suppressed, and Shueing found it hard to breathe. Even his vision was turning dark and blurry, and the energy in his body was starting to go out of control. This made him come to a conclusion. Too powerful. The third ancestor is absolutely not any weaker than the third ancestor. The overlord of destruction, Pangyi and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. The feeling this purple golden-armored man gave him wasn't as deep and boundless as his master's blood blade. However, he had already surpassed the 9-young palace head and the others. He was definitely not inferior to the third ancestor. Commander! The 3 golden-armored captains and the 8 black-armored experts all bowed respectfully. The only purple golden-armored man landed on the ground. His gaze landed on Dongbua Shueing. He nodded lightly, just a stage 3 world deity. However, you are still quite young. Dongbua Shueing muttered to himself. Quite young? Looking at the aura of his soul, including the time spent in time acceleration, he had only lived for more than 1,000,000 years. In front of this commander, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Brat. The golden-armored, ugly elder's eyelids drooped. He looked at Dongbua Shueing in a half-asleep manner. Don't be arrogant just because you have a bit of talent. Which of the people standing in front of you isn't talented? All of them are stage 4 world deities who can join the army. Stage 4 world deities? Dongbo Shui-ing was stunned. The golden-armored, ugly elder swept his gaze across the surroundings. The black-armored experts all had different expressions. The golden-armored, ugly elder still said, "Yes, stage 4 world deities. We are only stage 4 world deities." What? How is this possible? Dongbo Shui-ing looked at the existences in front of him. He especially looked at the purple golden-armored man. The purple golden-armored man said coldly, "If we could transcend and become almighties, we wouldn't be stuck in such a limitless life and death situation. The ones who are left here are just a bunch of young fellows in our master's army of destruction." Dongbo Shui-ing blinked his eyes. "Since you want to join, then listen carefully." The purple golden-armored commander's gaze was misty. "Our master's position is unparalleled. He has an army that specializes in attacking the outside world. This army is known as the Army of Destruction. It is extremely difficult to join the Army of Destruction. The test is extremely harsh. A large number of stage 4 world deities want to join. Some even want to become ordinary soldiers. The test for soldiers is extremely difficult. In the past, there were only 8 black-armored soldiers in the Army of Destruction. The commander looked at the 8 black-armored experts in front of him. There are only 3 captains left. As for the commander, I am the only one left." The purple golden-armored man said, "We are all stage 4 world deities. In the end, we either die in battle or our true deity heart collapses. Even though we die, we return to Lake Heart Island and remain like this forever." Dongbo Shui-ing could not help but ask, "Senior Commander, you are also a stage 4 world deity?" "Commander is the only stage 4 world deity in our master's army of destruction to take on the position of commander. Commander has even personally killed a paragon." The ugly, golden-armored old man said, "It is just an avatar." The purple golden-armored man shook his head and sneered. "Furthermore, what is there to talk about? I was blinded by power. Pursuing power messed up my Tao heart, and I will never be able to transcend." Dongbo Shui-ing was speechless. His intuition was right. This commander was not any weaker than the 3 ancestors. This was just a stage 4 world deity. A stage 4 world deity can kill a paragon? Dongbo Shui-ing asked. "Brat," the purple golden-armored commander said softly, "remember, the realm is the foundation. Power is just the external branches and leaves. If you chase after the luxuriance of the branches and leaves, you will forget about your foundation. In the end, you will fall and never be able to transcend." Dongbo Shui-ing's heart trembled inexplicably. The realm was the foundation. Those who became true gods, I felt that they were so weak that I could kill them with a single punch. But after a long time, they all transcended and gained eternal life. As for me, I fell into oblivion. The purple golden-armored commander shook his head, laughable, lamentable, and disappointing my master. We were able to join the army of destruction. Yet we did not become powerful existences. This is a disgrace. The 12 of us are a disgrace. The 8 black-armored soldiers and the 3 golden-armored captains all turned silent. Disgrace. That's right. All of them were very strong. But what about now? They could not even leave Lake Heart Island. They were like puppets and could not be considered as true life. In history, those who joined the army of destruction had already become powerful existences. Or perhaps they were already powerful existences when they first joined. Brat, the purple golden-armored commander, looked at Dongbo Shui-ing. The army of destruction is the legion under Master's command to attack the outside world. It is extremely powerful. The test is extremely harsh. The absolute arts passed down are also extraordinary. But while you gain great power, there is a flaw. Once you truly die, and your corpse is not destroyed, you will be controlled by Lake Heart Island. Once you return to Lake Heart Island, You will forever be controlled by Lake Heart Island. Of course, if you become a powerful existence and transcend, you will also be cut off from Lake Heart Island. This is the only flaw. It will only appear after you die. Many experts do not care about what happens after death. Furthermore, many experts are very happy to retain their consciousness after death. But if you truly experience such a life, being eternally locked in a region and living in loneliness, unable to die even if you want to, you will understand what it means to live a life worse than death. The purple golden armored commander said, "Of course, there are many benefits to joining the army of destruction. Even the soldiers have their own unique absolute arts and true god weapons." The purple golden armored commander looked at Dongbu Shuiying. But I have to tell you this. Back then, large batches of stage 4 world deities wanted to join, but they were all eliminated. They did not even have the qualifications to become soldiers. From what I see, although your talent is not bad, you are too young and have too little experience. You cannot become a soldier of my army of destruction. Dongbu Shuiying had fought with the ape before. He could guess that the requirements to become a soldier of the army of destruction were definitely very harsh. However, he somewhat admired this commander, even though he didn't become an almighty in the end. Although he did not become a powerful existence, a stage 4 world deity could actually become a commander. He had heard that it was the only one in the army of destruction. Of course, you are different from us. You are a true life form. After you join, you do not need to be controlled by Lake Heart Island. You can enter and leave freely. After all, Master and the rest are no longer around. No one cares about you. This is something that we are envious of. The purple golden armored commander said, "If you cannot transcend, you can accompany us after death. All right, you know what you should know. Now, tell me, do you still want to join my army of destruction?" The purple golden armored commander asked. Chapter 5, 57. Dongbu Shuiying's eyes were very bright, and he revealed a smile. If one is unable to transcend, it is only natural for one to sink into oblivion after death. I'm afraid most cultivators would choose to join. What about you? The purple gold armored man with a black cape looked at him calmly. "I will join," Dongbu Shuiying said. Drawbacks? He didn't care about it at all. Perhaps these members of the army of destruction who were trapped here forever felt that it was a form of torture. However, Dongbu Shuiying didn't think so at all. The path of cultivation was filled with many dangers. If one wanted to obtain benefits, he would naturally have to bear the corresponding risks. The risk of joining the army of destruction was already very low. Very good. The purple gold armored man with a black cape turned his head. "Follow me." He then soared into the sky and flew towards a distance. So, Dongbu Shuiying hurriedly followed. The other 3 golden armored captains and 8 black armored soldiers flew together with him. The ape at the side said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, it has been a long time since a world god joined. It was only a few true gods who came to join. Humph. It's a pity that my army of destruction isn't a place that any true god can join. Almost none of them could pass the test." "True god?" Dongbu Shuiying asked. "Which true gods have Bloodblade, Monarch Green, and the others?" "Amen." The purple gold armored man with a black cape who was flying in front turned his head and looked at Dongbu Shuiying. He said softly, "Bloodblade is a true god ruler. He is even at the peak of the true god rulers. He is extremely tyrannical and is the strongest existence in your universe epic. The army of destruction doesn't have a master to lead it. The so-called benefits aren't attractive to Bloodblade. Naturally, he wouldn't join." Dongbu Shuiying was startled. Huge waves rose in his heart. "Your universe epic? What cosmos era?" Dongbu Shuiying could not help but ask, "Commander, what do you mean?" The purple gold-armored, black-caped man flew at the front and said calmly, "In your current cosmos epoch, there is the deity world, the material world, and the dark abyss, right? Yes, Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. Plants grow and wither. The black-caped, violet-golden-armored man continued. Stars are born and destroyed as well. Even the worlds of your material realm are created and destroyed. In that case, the God realm, the abyss, and the material realm. Naturally, there will be birth and destruction. The divine realm, the abyss, and the material plane can be collectively called a complete universe. The universe is the same as plants. It can be destroyed and reborn, the black-caped man said. Dongbua Shwe-ing could feel his mind buzzing. Even though he had just heard the news, he could tell that it was highly credible. After all, he knew that one of the three patriarchs, Pengyi, was one of the earliest living beings to be born in the God world. The overlord of destruction was also an extremely ancient almighty in the divine realm and the abyss. In the earliest days of the God realm, then what about before the God realm was born? What kind of world was that? And according to the legends, the Lake Heart Island ruins had existed since the earliest days of the God realm. That's all in the past. Now only a few ruins remain. The black-caped, violet-golden-armored man looked downwards. From afar, many ancient stone pillars could be seen. He immediately charged downwards, followed by Dongbua Shwe-ing and the rest. Dongbua Shwe-ing observed these stone pillars. With a single glance, he could see that there were over 100 of them. The Lord Commander stood there, his black cape fluttering in the wind. He looked at these stone pillars silently before saying, "Joining my army of destruction might not be very attractive to people at the blood blade level. However, those true gods and paragons all wanted to join, but almost all of them were eliminated. In your current cosmos epoch, there was only one person who joined my army of destruction." One person? Dongbua Shwe-ing was shocked. Who? Pengyi, the Lord Commander sighed. And he eventually became the captain. Truly amazing. Dongbua Shwe-ing sighed. Pengyi, one of the three ancestors, Pengyi. He was the leader of the Fierce Five of the deity world. However, he was currently very low profile, relying on the bloodshed god palace. He had always been pondering over his cultivation technique, not revealing any sharpness. In the deity world and abyss, he was most famous for being heavily injured by a single punch from Monarch Green. Yet, he was a captain of the army of destruction. But this commander became a commander when he was only at the fourth layer of the heavens. Pengyi was merely a captain, yet he was praising him as amazing. Brat, the golden-armored, ugly old man sneered. You don't know. Because Master and the others are no longer around, the resources of the army of destruction are limited. Naturally, they can't accept people wantonly like we did in the past. The difficulty of the trials is much higher than what we did in the past. Those who can become soldiers now would have become captains in our time. Those who can become captains now would become commanders in the future. Dongbua Shwe-ing was enlightened. In your cosmos epoch, there have been a total of 29 true gods who have attempted it. Only Pengyi has succeeded. The commander glanced at Dongbua Shwe-ing. You are the first world deity of your cosmos epoch to come here. Even though I am confident, Dongbua Shwe-ing said, but there are many dazzling world deities in the history of the deity world. Why am I the first world deity to come here? The monkey by the side said, simple. If not for the guests from Lake Heart Island barging into our territory, we would not have said anything and would have directly killed them, or even blasted them out. They would not have the chance to participate in the trials. And the world deities of your cosmos epoch do not know the method to become a guest of Lake Heart Island. Those true gods did not tell you about it. Dongbua Shwe-ing understood. He had chosen a remote cave to enter because he wanted to save his father-in-law. That was why he had unintentionally passed by the blazing blood door. Luck had played a part in it, after which he felt that there was something wrong with the blazing blood door. When he was being chased, he rushed back to the blazing blood door to take a gamble. Only then did he discover the secret of the blazing blood door. Furthermore, He had an absolute art on him. In addition to the spear technique destruction, which he had comprehended previously, he was able to pass the selection and become a guest. The secrets of some ancient ruins in the deity world and abyss were probably secrets even amongst the powerful existences. Normally, they would exchange secrets with each other and would not be easily revealed. Otherwise, there would not be only 29 true gods who had attempted it. One must know that there are more than 100 powerful existences in the deity world. Realms are the foundation. The commander said softly, "The most important thing for world deities is to transcend. Joining the army of destruction might have been the biggest mistake of my life. However, there are many seniors in the army of destruction who have transcended. The reason is still me." The commander shook his head lightly. "You can't blame others. It's just that little brat. You need to be vigilant. Take me as a warning. Remember, realms are the foundation. You must not be blinded by the increase in power." "I understand." Dongbu Shui-ing nodded. The commander thought to himself. This logic was something his master had told him many times. However, only those who had suffered would understand it. Sometimes it was too late to understand. His master was a supreme existence back then. He was the owner of Lakeheart Island, yet he was unable to help him. Currently, our army of destruction is lacking in resources. The number of members we can accept is even fewer. If you wish to join, the difficulty will be even greater. The commander pointed to the many stone pillars at the side. There are a total of 3 trials to join. There is even a risk of death. However, I reckon that this is just an avatar. Losing an avatar shouldn't be a big deal, right? If you want to give up, you can do so anytime. There's no need, Dongbu Shui-ing said. If he gave up and was thrown out, he would still be surrounded by the King of Nanyang and the others. For the first trial, you will have to choose a stone pillar. You can choose anyone, the commander said. Dongbu Shui-ing was bewildered as he looked at these stone pillars carefully. The stone pillars were simple and had many divine runes on them. They emitted an ancient aura, but he couldn't tell the difference. However, he still walked forward obediently and chose one. "I will choose this one." "All right." The commander pointed at the stone pillar. The surface of the stone pillar immediately lit up, and golden characters started to shine. This is a peak-grade world deity secret technique. It is only a sliver away from an absolute art. You need to cultivate this secret technique to the 7th level within 10,000 years. If you succeed within 10,000 years, you will pass the first trial. Otherwise, you will fail, and you will be expelled from the destruction paradise. I don't think your chances are high. The monkey by the side muttered, "I guess you will be expelled. Let me remind you, more than 90% of those who join will be eliminated right from the start." Chapter 558. The chances are slim. Difficult. It's even harder than passing a stage 4 trial. The black-armored soldiers who were neither dead nor alive sighed. The Lord Commander said, "Dongbu Shui-ing, you only need to sense this stone pillar and you'll be able to obtain the first level of the cultivation technique. Once you master the first level, you will be taught the second level. Once you master the second level, you will be taught the third level. You will only be able to sense this stone pillar. You will not be able to sense the other pillars." "Understood," Dongbu Shui-ing replied, but he was inwardly shocked. He did not tell the commander his name, so how did he know? Oh, the other party was currently the person with the highest position in the army of destruction, and his position in the Lakeheart Island ruins should be quite high as well. He should have some way to obtain information. After all, the Lakeheart Island ruins was a place that even his teacher could only stop at. "You only have 10,000 years. The Lord Commander turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Dongbu Shui-ing immediately focused on sensing the golden runes on the stone pillar. Strands of information were transmitted into Dongbu Shui-ing's sea of consciousness through the golden runes. This was the introduction of this peak world deity, grade, secret technique, as well as the contents of the first level. The moment he understood it, Dongbua Shuiying's eyes widened. He finally knew what a peak world deity, grade secret technique, was. This secret technique was called 10 Apocalyptic Fire, and it was divided into 10 levels. From the first to the third level, ordinary deities cultivated it. From the fourth to the seventh level, ordinary world deities cultivated it. From the eighth level, true gods cultivated it. From the ninth level, paragons cultivated it. From the 10th level, it was the highest level of grand perfection, and ordinary rulers cultivated it. This cultivation technique was to nurture an apocalyptic fire lotus in the inner world within one's body. There are a total of 10 levels, and this flame is extremely powerful. However, compared to my luminous sun absolute art, it is still lacking in terms of fighting against those of a higher realm. Dongbua Shuiying thought, if he did not obtain the luminous sun, he would definitely be shocked. This 10 apocalyptic fire was much more tyrannical than all the world deity grade secret techniques he had obtained before, and he could even cultivate it at the level of blood blade. However, when he compared it to a true absolute art, he discovered its weakness. For example, the 7th level could only be trained by stage for world deities, and it was enough to allow one to move unhindered among stage for world deities. It could burn many stage for world deities to the point of howling in pain, and its power could probably be considered to be at the 4th boundary of the 3rd volume of the luminous sun. Reaching the 7th level is probably even harder than reaching the 4th rank of luminous Sunday. After all, this is something only ordinary stage for world deities can train in. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself, forget it, I'll give it a try first. Dongbua Shuiying sat cross-legged in front of a stone pillar and began to cultivate. The other 8 soldiers of the army of destruction and the 3 gold-armored captains were chatting with each other. I'd bet he will definitely fail. How can such a tender little guy succeed in 10,000 years? He has his main body outside, so he can probably accelerate time. Even if time is accelerated 100 times, it would only be 1,000,000 years. It's still impossible. It would be easier for a stage 4 world deity to cultivate a real god's secret technique, but for a stage 3 world deity to cultivate a stage for world deities' secret technique? This is much more difficult. I also feel that his chances are slim. They were all discussing, and their opinions were unanimous. They all felt that it was impossible for Dongbua Shuiying to reach the 7th level within 10,000 years. Dongbua Shuiying's inner world was a vast world of 5 billion kilometers. Deep underground in this vast land, there was a huge lotus flower that could be roughly seen. Countless flames were swimming within the lotus flower, and the outer layer of the lotus flower was filled with endless cold air, causing the surrounding soil and rocks to completely freeze. At the center of the lotus flower, there was a tiny flame being nurtured. This flame was green in color. It was like a small flame, green in color, yet its power was not small. 4th level, 5th level. Dongbua Shuiying's realm was high, so he could cultivate at an extremely fast pace. The original green flame had gradually turned into a blue flame, and the blue color was becoming deeper and deeper. Deity world, bloodshed god palace territory. Within a piece of void, there was a huge floating land. On this land, there was a chain of palaces. There were also many scattered cavern dwellings. This place was slightly unique, as there were countless mortals living here. Teacher, this disciple will take his leave. A white-robed teenager respectfully bowed. This white-robed teenager was the powerful existence Palace head Zihao. He was the disciple of Pang Yi, though he was not a member of the bloodshed god palace. He only came here frequently to pay a visit to his teacher. Pang Yi had once imparted to many disciples, and he was very serious in teaching them. He had taught many good disciples, But now, Pang Yi did not teach many disciples anymore. He was wholeheartedly researching the cultivation technique he created. Hao, you still have to calm down. You're still too arrogant. It's difficult for you to open up your own path and step into the honorable realm. Pang Yi sat there with a calm and gentle look on his face. One had to know, Pang Yi was the head of the fierce five of the deity world, and could be said to be the most tyrannical existence in the deity world. But now he was so gentle. It was truly inconceivable. This disciple understands. It's just that understanding is easy, but doing it is hard. The white-robed teenager chuckled. He greatly admired his teacher. The more he interacted with him, the more he admired and respected him from the bottom of his heart. Even that high and mighty Bloodshed God Palace, the Bloodshed God Palace, valued Pang Yi the most. Amen. Pang Yi softly nodded. The white-robed teenager immediately retreated, disappearing from sight. Pang Yi sat beneath a withered tree. His robes were already covered in dust. His heart was still as calm as water as he watched his disciple leave. Even when his disciple left through the time-space tunnel, he would still be able to observe him. His current combat power had long become unfathomable. He could sense the countless mortals, cultivators, and even powerful existences within this land spanning 1 trillion kilometers. They were all under his control. They were as weak as ants. If he wanted to, with just a single thought, a terrifying power would descend, and he would be able to easily kill a powerful existence. Even if he sat on this seemingly ordinary body, with a slight burst of power, the surroundings would be completely annihilated. This was the power that Pang Yi possessed. It was also the power that made even God Emperor look at him. Just that power is ultimately a side branch. Pang Yi no longer cared about power. His face was filled with joy as he looked at the myriad existences, appreciating their beauty. My cultivation technique is finally about to be completed. He was very happy. His Tao was about to be completed. Brother Pang Yi. A message was transmitted over. Commander. Pang Yi chuckled as he turned his head. His gaze pierced through the time-space barrier, traversing through the endless distance before landing on the distant Lake Heart Island. That commander had a higher status than him in name, but he was usually more respectful towards him. After all, the trials were much more difficult. That time, Pang Yi could become a captain. During the era of the Lake Heart Island Master, Pang Yi would most likely have become a commander. Furthermore, the commander felt that Pang Yi was becoming more and more unfathomable. He could even sense a trace of his teacher's aura from Pang Yi. I have a little fellow here called Dongbo Shuang. He is also preparing to join the army of destruction. The commander transmitted. Dongbo Shuang? I know him. Pang Yi smiled. It's a good thing for him to join. First, he pursues power, indulges in it, and then transcends it. That's a good thing. But if he can't transcend, he will sink into oblivion. A mediocre, true god's existence is meaningless. Pang Yi said. The commander felt that he couldn't see through Pang Yi anymore. When he first met Pang Yi, he felt that Pang Yi was extremely violent. Later on, he realized that Pang Yi was extremely gentle and calm. However, when he occasionally interacted with Pang Yi, he realized that Pang Yi's coldness was much stronger than before. This was an existence that surpassed him in terms of power, state of mind, and realm. In the Destruction Grotto Heaven within the Lake Heart Island historical remains, in front of a stone pillar, a black-robed Dongbo Shuang was still sitting cross-legged. It had been 1,000 years, but he still hadn't mastered it. Chapter 5:59. The moment he received the information about the 10 apocalyptic fire, Dongbo Shuang understood that this test was extremely difficult. Because he had only grasped hold of 3 grade 1 deity hearts, his comprehension of the laws of the world was far from a stage for world deity. But since there was such a test, there was definitely hope. One of the 3 ancestors, Pang Yi, was able to become a captain. At the very least, I should be able to become a soldier. Dongbua Shueing encouraged himself inwardly. But he also knew that there were many powerful existences who had yet to pass the test. The first 6 levels of the 10 apocalyptic fire were completed by Dongbua Shueing in a single breath. His realm was relatively high, and even his absolute art had reached the 3rd transformation. Furthermore, he had comprehended the huge array formed by billions of meteorites on the Lake Heart Island, allowing him to perfect his spear technique, destruction. His foundation was extremely sturdy, and the first 6 levels were not difficult at all. But the 7th level was like a heavenly moat in front of Dongbua Shueing. I'm confused. How should I comprehend it? Dongbua Shueing buried his head in contemplation. Back in his hometown, the Xia people's world, Crimson Rock Mountain, Dongbua Shueing was also pondering and comprehending under 100-fold time acceleration. At times, he would ponder to the point of becoming a little irritable. After all, the feeling of not having a single clue was too terrible. When cultivating, one would only feel more motivated when one saw the slightest improvement. Such a situation where one could not find a clue would indeed affect one's mental state. To change his mindset, Dongbua Shueing even went to study the 4th transformation of the 3rd volume of the Luminous Sun. He also studied the many array diagrams in the book left behind by the frozen senior, Paragon Dust Cloud. At times, he would also recall the various profound mysteries of the array formed by billions of meteorites on the Lake Heart Island. He could use the stones of other mountains to study jade. Since he could not find a way to comprehend it himself, he would look for a breakthrough from these more profound absolute arts and array diagrams. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Within Dongbua Shueing's inner world, rumble, high up in the sky of this vast world, the winds howled and countless white clouds surged. These white clouds were constantly changing as the luminous sun force that formed these white clouds was undergoing a transformation, transforming into an even more tenacious, powerful, and tyrannical force. Every strand of luminous sun force contained a sharpness that could cause the expressions of stage for heavens to change. Sigh. A huge illusory head appeared in midair. It was Dongbua Shueing's face. He looked at the countless white clouds. I'm still at my wit's end with my secret technique, and I've even managed to push Luminous Sun to the 4th transformation realm. Yes, his Luminous Sun force had already reached rank 4. My good son-in-law, is this the power of the absolute art? A figure flew up from below, flying into midair, nearing the huge skull illusion at the side. It was precisely the white-haired and white-bearded monarch Mo Shue. It's the absolute art that Master bestowed upon me. Dongbua Shueing looked towards monarch Mo Shue and said, Powerful, truly powerful. Even though I'm sensing it from afar, I can still feel the tyrannical and unstoppable power of this power. Monarch Mo Shue praised, just based on the power within your body, you're already far above me. Father-in-law, this luminous sun force is the only thing that I can rely on. But in terms of realm, I'm still far from father-in-laws. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. 4th transformation success. His own strength should be comparable to Monarch Armadillo Jade and could be considered close to the standard of a powerful existence. Compared to his father-in-law who could truly fight against powerful existences, he was still lacking quite a bit. The difference between a stage 3 and a stage 4 was simply too great. A stage 4 at least grasped hold of 4 grade 1 deity hearts, maybe even 5, 6, or even close to grasping the complete law of heaven and earth. Monarch Mo Shue's inner strength was ordinary, but his realm was too high. He was still a level stronger than Dongbua Shueing. Your strength has greatly increased, yet you're not the slightest bit excited. Is it because of the test of joining the army of destruction? Monarch Mo Shue asked. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Even though attaining the 4th transformation realm is a good thing, I was originally going to reach it soon anyway. It's just a matter of time. But if I'm unable to pass the test, then I'll be forcefully expelled. At that time, I'll land in the hands of Nine Young Palace Head and the rest. Sigh, if Nine Young Palace Head and the rest can't obtain the true God weapon, they definitely won't let father-in-law off. If father-in-law died, then this time would be a complete failure. No matter what, the true God weapon definitely can't be given to them. Monarch Mo Shue solemnly said, the number of true God weapons is extremely rare. For me to be able to coincidentally discover it, it's already a great fortune. I'm a person that's about to die. Even if I'm lucky enough to successfully escape and reincarnate, I'll only be able to drag out my life for a few more years. I don't have the slightest bit of confidence that I'll be able to transcend and become a powerful existence. I, this old man, have lived for so many years that I no longer care about death. The true God weapon must be left behind so that my daughter can comprehend it from time to time. Even Snow Eagle can comprehend it. It'll be of great help to your cultivation. Amen. Dongbo Shueing nodded. He also understood that it was impossible for father-in-law to hand over the true God weapon to Nine Young Palace Head. Moreover, the true God weapon was currently in Jing Qiu's hands. But to pass the test, it's difficult. This is only the first test. Dongbo Shueing shook his head. What's the first test? Tell me, Monarch Mo Shue asked. Maybe I can give you some suggestions. Previously, he knew that Dongbo Shueing was undergoing a test, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Dongbo Shueing's eyes lit up. That's right, even if he couldn't find a clue, he could still consult father-in-law. Father-in-law's realm was much higher than his. His own realm wasn't any weaker than a powerful existence. Moreover, after living for a long time, his vision and knowledge would be different. Maybe he could give him some pointers on the way. It's like this. Dongbo Shueing said, the army of destruction gave me a world deity, grade, secret technique called 10-world extinguishing fire. It's a top-notch world deity grade secret technique. The difficulty of cultivating it is extremely high, and it's divided into a total of 10 levels. Dongbo Shueing gave a simple description, as well as where the problem he encountered was. Monarch Mo Shue nodded lightly after hearing it. The test is really difficult. To actually let you, a stage 3 world deity, cultivate it to a level that only a normal stage for world deity can achieve. I'm at my wit's end now. Dongbo Shueing said helplessly, your realm isn't enough. There's nothing you can do about it, unless you become a stage 4 world deity. However, if you become a stage 4 world deity, I'm afraid the difficulty of the test will increase. Monarch Mo Shue said. Amen. Dongbo Shueing nodded. He also understood this point. If you want to forcefully comprehend it, then, according to what I know, there's only one way, and it's still very difficult. Monarch Mo Shue said, while stroking his beard. Dongbo Shueing's huge illusory head was filled with joy. Father-in-law, please explain in detail. This father-in-law of his was really experienced and knowledgeable. He had foolishly comprehended it for 1,000 years. Yet he never came to ask his father-in-law. Your problem is that your realm isn't enough. Clearly, this 10-world extinguishing fire has extremely high requirements for many aspects of the realm. Monarch Mo Shue said, since that's the case, then we can only break through the surface with a single point. Break through the surface with a single point? Dongbo Shueing listened carefully in doubt. All laws and profound mysteries have a core essence. This is the laws of the world. Its essence is also just grade 1 deity heart. Monarch Mo Shue said, first, comprehend the different essences of this secret technique. From the different angles of the world deity heart, extremity deity heart, and chaotic deity heart, go and take a look. For example, see how the world deity heart of this secret technique is used. See how the extremity deity heart of this secret technique is used, analyzing it from 3 angles, The difficulty of cultivating this secret technique should be reduced. You will have hope in cultivating it. Break through the surface with a single point, separate, and analyze it. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes brightened. It seemed like it was possible. I will try. Dongbua Shuiying's huge illusory head smiled. Thank you, Lord Father-in-law. Ha ha ha, I am only pointing a direction. Everything still depends on you, Monarch Emoshua said. Dongbua Shuiying was very excited. Although his master Bloodblade had also guided him in his cultivation, God Emperor had guided him in comprehending the laws of the world and how to transcend and become a powerful existence. As for the aspect of cultivating the secret technique to increase one's strength, he had not guided him at all. From Lord Commander's fate, it seemed that pursuing power too much was not good. Lord Commander and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master were both stage 4 world deities who possessed tyrannical strength, but they were both stuck at stage 4 world deities. However, there were many who cultivated absolute arts. For example, Bloodblade's 2 personal disciples, Monarch Green and Monarch Guzan, had both cultivated absolute arts, but they were similarly powerful existences. This proved one point. Cultivating absolute arts did not affect one's cultivation. It was just that pursuing power too stubbornly would bring about trouble. My current strength is still very weak, so I do not have this problem. Dongbua Shuiying did not care. He was not even a stage 4 world deity and was still far from it. Chapter 560. In his sea of consciousness, there was a diagram of a flaming lotus which contained the cultivation method of the 7th level of 10 world extinguishing fire. He could only receive the information of the next level with every level that he mastered. Let's analyze it first. A small person was beside the flaming lotus, and he was looking at it carefully. Many parts of the originally complicated flame lotus that he could not understand were discarded to the side, and he focused his attention on the profound mysteries of the world deity heart. Soon, under his observation, the flame lotus was greatly simplified, and only a few very simple parts were left, all of which contain the profound mysteries of the world deity heart. So, in this secret skill, world god heart is mainly used to nurture a lair. The small person's eyes beamed with joy. Sometimes it was better to look at it from another angle. It looked like a mess, but one could immediately find the pattern. In the Destruction Grotto, although the 8 black-armored soldiers and the 3 gold-armored captains were powerful, they could only live in loneliness. Such days would never end, unless someone destroyed their bodies one day. But their strongest point was their body. Their defense was almost invincible. Hence, they had lived for too long. They looked at Dongbua Shuiying, and they were looking forward to it. It was one of the few pleasures in their lonely days. Kid, it's been 2,000 years. Do you have no clue? It's hard on you. Your realm is too low. Come back after you become a universe god in the 4th heaven. By then, you might have a higher chance. The black-armored soldiers at the side teased him. Dongbua Shuiying, who was dressed in black, sat there cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation, and wasn't affected at all. If you think there's no hope, just give up. Why do you have to force yourself? The monkey muttered. This kid, Dongbua, I heard that he was being chased outside. That's why he ran to us. A black-armored stone giant said. If he were to be chased out, he would still die. So he won't give up easily. Not giving up is also a loss. A universe god in the 3rd heaven needs to master the 7th level. If he succeeds, I will eat my axe into my stomach. A short old man said. While they were talking, time flew. In the blink of an eye, Dongbua Shuiying had been in the Destruction Grotto for 3,000 years. At the outermost perimeter of the island, Jing Qiu, who was cultivating in seclusion, was also waiting. She had waited for so many years, but her husband and father had yet to come out. However, after communicating with Dongbua Shuiying, she knew that everything was still safe. Thus, she could only endure and lower her head to comprehend the true god weapon to distract herself. Jing Qiu, who was dressed in white, was sitting cross-legged. A dark green longsword was placed on her knees, sheathed in its sheath. Jingqiu was currently using her mind to sense the true god weapon. She was also slowly refining it. The difficulty of refining a true god weapon was too high. Boom! Within the true god weapon. In the void, it was like the world core of the mortal world. Within this void, there were countless laws of profound mysteries surging. These countless laws of profound mysteries ultimately formed a vast, dark, green sword shape. It carried a terrifying sharpness and killing intent. Amazing! Jingqiu's consciousness wandered about as though she was in a vast ocean, and the dark green sword-shaped rule was the ocean. The complete laws of the heaven and earth, by right, should be absolutely balanced and should not have any offensive power. However, the complete laws within this true god weapon were filled with killing intent and offensive power. Moreover, it seemed to be more complicated than the ordinary laws of the heaven and earth. This was also why ordinary grotto heaven treasures were considered common. At least stage, for world deities had hopes of obtaining them. Powerful existences could usually refine them. And this was also the reason why true god weapons were so hard to obtain. Grotto heaven treasures could only open up a world within them. As for offensive, true god weapons, firstly, the laws of the heaven and earth would change. Secondly, the material requirements were extremely high, making it even harder to refine. Wung, wung, wung! The divine sword within the sheath was trembling faintly, and terrifying killing intent was brewing. This was the killing intent of a world. The moment it was unsheathed, it was as though the power of a vast world was gathered within the sword edge. It was indestructible. My realm isn't enough. Until now, I have yet to completely refine it. I still have to continue improving. Jingqiu thought. She was very clear that her fate was extremely good. Firstly, she had the heart sword diagram and a true god weapon for her to refine and control. Now that she had just become a stage for world deity not too long ago. Even though she could comprehend other things, the deity heart she comprehended was not much. Compared to Monarch Mo Shui and the other old fellows, her foundation was still lacking. Lake Heart Island inside the ruins. The cold youth 9 Palace Head was sitting cross-legged on a large ice block. He frowned and flipped his hand to take out a black jade sculpture. It was a sculpture of a woman being chained up. He gently caressed it. I am already close to despair. Until now, I have yet to find my path. Such days are so tiring. 9 Palace Head muttered, I really want to give up and be truly free. However, this true god weapon is my hope to open up my path. I must obtain it, obtain it. 9 Palace Head's eyes were filled with madness. Dongbua Shui Ing slowly opened his eyes and looked at the stone pillar in front of him. Sensing the stone pillar transmitted another message. It was the cultivation method of the 8th level of the secret skill. Hua! Dongbua Shui Ing stood up. Dongbua Brat, are you prepared to give up? The monkey made a ruckus. Giving up so quickly? I thought you would have to hold on for 10,000 years. Another short old man chuckled. I have already mastered it. Dongbua Shui Ing spoke. He looked at the 8 black armored soldiers and 3 golden armored captains who were stunned. Please inform the commander to prepare for the second test. Mastered it? Everyone was stunned. How was this possible? Ever since the master left, the resources of the army of destruction no longer increased and would forever decrease. Hence, the requirements to join were much harsher. Moreover, in this long period of time, there had never been a stage 3 world deity who came to participate. Dongbua Shui Ing was the first stage 3 world deity who came to take the test after the master of Lake Heart Island left. The difficulty level was already extremely high. From what they saw, the possibility of success was almost negligible. The 7th level, 10 world extinguishing fire. Dongbua Shui Ing spat out from his mouth. Instantly, faint purple flames rushed out and caused the surrounding space to sizzle. Looking at the faint purple flames, it seemed very beautiful. However, the soldiers and captains of the army of destruction knew the power of the flames. It didn't pose a threat to them, but an ordinary stage for world deity would be severely injured. Those who were weaker might even be burned into nothingness. He actually succeeded. All of them looked at the flames that Dongbua Shue Ing spat out. "Short, old man, didn't you say that if you mastered it, you would eat the axe into your stomach?" The monkey turned his head and shouted. The short, old man blinked and opened his mouth wide. Then he stuffed the axe that he was carrying on his back into his mouth and swallowed. Gulp. He swallowed the axe into his stomach. "I'll do as I said," the short, old man replied straightforwardly. Amidst their exclamations, quarrels, and discussions, a ray of light finally flew over from afar. It was the purple-gold armored commander with a black cape. The commander descended and looked at Dongbua Shue Ing. "You've mastered it?" "Yes." Dongbua Shue Ing smiled. He pointed out with his finger, and a strand of faint purple flames appeared on his fingertip. "Humph. Do you think that mastering it is worth being happy about? You're still far from it." The commander sneered. He extended his hand. Hong Long Long, the entire destruction paradise was filled with a surging power. The boundless power enveloped Dongbua Shue Ing. Dongbua Shue Ing felt his vision turning black as his consciousness became blurry. The terrifying power had completely enveloped him and seeped into his body, forcefully sealing his true deity heart. Following which, the power retreated rapidly. Dongbua Shue Ing was puzzled. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be extremely easy. Why did he seal his true deity heart? But this feeling, Dongbua Shue Ing sensed that he could no longer activate the luminous sun force within his body. Of course, because the inner world was a part of his body, he could still control it. However, the consciousness of his true deity heart was no longer able to penetrate the outside world. His senses towards the outside world had become blurry, and he felt like a mortal. His consciousness could no longer sense the heavens and earth. However, there was still a difference between him and a mortal. His vision and hearing were much better. His eyes could see countless different types of light, and his hearing could hear countless vibrations. However, this was already extremely weak. After all, he couldn't even activate the luminous sun force. "Prepare to begin the second trial," the commander said indifferently. Chapter 561. Follow me. The commander instantly soared into the sky. The other 8 black-armored soldiers and 3 golden-armored captains followed suit. Dongbua Shue Ing suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. South, exerting strength from both his legs, he leaped into the sky and transformed into a stream of light. However, Dongbua Shue Ing felt slightly awkward in midair. In the past, he had always relied on his world deity energy, or luminous sun force, to envelop his entire body, allowing his flying speed to be extremely fast. He had even relied on his consciousness to control the laws of profound mysteries. But what about now? Right now, he was unable to use his world deity energy, or luminous sun force. Even his consciousness could not be released. He could only rely on his physical strength. "Haha, your flying speed must be very slow, right?" The black-armored ape, who was originally flying, slowed down and laughed weirdly. "You can only rely on your physical strength. Have a good feel of it. The soldiers of the army of destruction are most proficient in their bodies. Our absolute arts are also meant to cultivate our bodies. Hence, all of our defenses are extremely strong. If you can't even control your body well, then you should not join the army of destruction." Dongbua Shue Ing was enlightened. Body. Sealing his true deity heart was to allow him to only use his physical strength to test himself? South. When Dongbua Shue Ing was flying, the slightest tremble of his muscles and bones would cause the laws of heaven and earth to change. The profound mysteries of the world deity heart allowed Dongbua Shueing to move without any obstructions. Instead, the laws of heaven and earth would assist him. Furthermore, the extreme deity heart allowed Dongbua Shueing to move at an extremely high speed. Wang, 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 everywhere Dongbua Shueing flew past, spatial ripples would form around him. It was just that his flying speed was greatly reduced. He could only move at a speed of 200,000 li per second. Your body is too weak, too weak. The ape by the side followed suit. At the same time, it shook its head and commented, "Your flying speed can't even reach the limit of the laws of heaven and earth of 600,000 li per second. What a joke! Even the weakest soldier of our army of destruction can casually flick his finger and destroy your body. My secret technique is not good at cultivating the body," Dongbua Shueing said. Among his secret techniques, only the time immemorial body was used to train his body. However, it was used to protect his life. It was not good in terms of strength or speed. Moreover, it was only a world deity level secret technique. Dongbua Shueing was only a stage 3 world deity, so his secret technique realm was not high. Naturally, he could not be compared to the soldiers of the army of destruction. Cultivate your body properly. The body is the easiest to improve. The monkey said, "World deity energy and some other powers are classified as energy. The body, on the other hand, belonged to the material. In terms of explosive power, sturdy defense, and so on, matter has an advantage." Dongbua Shueing nodded in agreement. The grade 1 deity heart, the substance deity heart. Once grasped, one would possess boundless strength and extremely high defense. However, the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely high. Ordinary stage 4 world deities would only be able to grasp the substance deity heart by analogy. Among the weaker world deities, it was rare to see the substance deity heart. Both the substance deity heart and the boundless deity heart were rather rare. Dongbua Shueing had only seen Jiu Shi display the boundless deity heart during the myriad flower feast. Who? The commander flying in front did not fly very fast. It seemed to be intentionally bringing Dongbua Shueing along, after which he descended as well. The subordinates behind him, including Dongbua Shueing, also descended one after another. Dongbua Shueing looked down. Below them was a chain of mountains. They were verdant and lush, and the canyon was dark and gloomy. Within the mountains, there were many caves and buildings. They were currently diving down from a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain had been completely leveled, and there was a complete battle platform on it. So. The commander and the others landed beside the battle platform. Dongbua Shueing descended as well. "You go up," the commander said. Dongbua Shueing did not ask any questions. He directly took a step forward. "In a while, there will be many enemies surrounding and attacking you. The number of enemies will be endless, and the duration of the battle is unknown. You have to keep fighting until the enemies take the initiative to retreat. At that time, you will be victorious and you will pass the second trial. If you are defeated or killed before the enemies retreat, you will naturally fail. Remember, the moment you are blasted out of the battle platform, you will fail as well." The commander said, "The duration of the battle is unknown." Dongbua Shueing asked, "Then what about the number of enemies?" "They will appear unceasingly. The total number is unknown as well." The commander chuckled. "What you have to do is to hold on." Dongbua Shueing was speechless. If there was a clear boundary, there would be something to look forward to. But right now, he did not even know how long the battle would last. This would definitely affect his mental state. However, Dongbua Shueing was not an ordinary person. In an instant, he regained his composure. "Seems like the second trial is indeed a test of my physical strength." With a flip of his hand, Dongbua Shueing retrieved a scarlet-red spear, the Scarlet Cloud Spear. With a single step, He arrived at the center of the dueling platform as he cautiously observed his surroundings. As long as he was blasted out of the dueling platform, he would still lose. Naturally, it would be safer for him to stand at the center of the dueling platform. "Let's begin," the commander said. Immediately, black deity imprints appeared on the surface of the dueling platform. Countless deity imprints appeared, and a blurry barrier of light appeared around the dueling platform. The countless deity imprints on the barrier of light began to emit energy, directly condensing into a humanoid figure formed from black light. This black figure was wearing a mask, and he was barehanded. With a boom, he charged over with incredible speed. Pu! Dongbua Shui-ing struck out with his spear. Without any hesitation, his spear directly pierced through the throat of the black figure. The black figure's body immediately collapsed, and the energy returned to the countless deity imprints on the ground. This caused Dongbua Shui-ing to be slightly surprised. It was settled just like that? Wasn't it too easy? Following which, another black figure condensed from the deity imprints on the barrier of light. This time it was wielding a long saber, and it pounced over with a speed that far surpassed the previous one. Dang! Dongbua Shui-ying's expression changed. He hurriedly used his spear to parry the incoming attack, following which he retaliated with a spear strike. It seemed like a casual spear art, but it was actually one of the 3 secret arts, the life. Everything was based on the profound mysteries of the world, and everything came from his heart. His moves were bold and unconstrained, and he could adapt according to the situation. However, this black figure managed to block 3 consecutive spear strikes from Dongbua Shui-ing. The last spear strike pierced through his chest, and he was nailed to the ground. Only then did his body start to collapse. So. Dongbua Shui-ying's expression changed slightly. In front of him, the deity imprints on the barrier of light condensed into a black figure. There were a total of 2 black figures, one wielding a long pole, and the other wielding a shield and a curved saber. Both of them attacked Dongbua Shui-ing at the same time. Boom! The black figure wielding the shield and curved saber was the most ferocious. When he attacked, his shield suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it covered half of the platform. In addition, Dongbua Shui-ying's current speed wasn't considered fast. There was no way for him to dodge, and he could only face the black figure head-on. Dongbua Shui-ing spun his spear, and the shaft of the spear was bent. Everywhere it passed by, layers of world fissures would appear, and he directly lashed out. Even though Shui-ing had carefully borrowed a large number of world gaps to dissipate the force, when that shield clashed with the spear, Shui-ing could not help but take 3 heavy steps back. Such a powerful force. If I were to clash head-on, I'm afraid I would have been forced out of the battle platform. The strength of the enemies on the platform was growing too quickly. Each of them was stronger than the last, and their numbers were still increasing. Dongbua brat, you must know how to utilize your body's strength. The monkey shouted loudly from afar. The other black-armored soldiers, the golden-armored captain, and the commander were all watching leisurely. From their point of view, Dongbua Shui-ying's utilization of his body's strength was indeed very clumsy. Dongbua Shui-ying couldn't be blamed. When he was a mortal, he mainly used his body's strength. After he became a transcendent, or even a deity or a world deity, he would either rely on the laws of profound mysteries of the heavens and earth, or some special secret arts, such as the luminous sun force. Even if he occasionally used brute force to fight, he would only rely on it to bully others. After becoming a world deity, it had been a long time since he had truly studied the potential of his body. After all, the luminous sun force was much stronger than his physical body, and the army of destruction specialized in physical aspects. These old fellows who had existed for an unknown period of time naturally felt that Dongbua Shui-ying's utilization of his body's strength was too clumsy. Chapter 562. Actually, Dongbua Shui Ing already understood that sealing his true deity heart was a test of his physical strength. Thus, when he was fighting on the stage, he had been thinking about how he could unleash his physical strength to the best of his abilities. The first two opponents were much easier to deal with, and were quickly dealt with. But now, the two black men surrounding him were clearly much stronger. If he were to use his spear techniques, he would be able to deal with them swiftly. However, Dongbua Shui Ing did not dare to act hastily this time around. Instead, he began to drag things out. This was because the moment he killed his opponent, the black men that would appear would be even stronger. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for him to focus on improving his physical strength. Physical strength. Dongbua Shui Ing's current realm was many times higher than when he was immortal. His senses towards every single particle of his body could be felt. Because he had cultivated the time immemorial body, every single particle of his body was a world of its own. Each world was chaotic and blurry, and was currently developing towards the perfect, time immemorial world. Usually, one would need to grasp the complete laws of the heaven and earth before they could develop a complete time immemorial world. Even so, the potential of Dongbua Shui Ing's body was still huge. The power that could be unleashed from every single particle of his body was only a small portion of his potential. At the same time, within the Crimson Rock Mountain of the Xia people's world, the white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing was sitting cross-legged under a huge tree. The time flow in this courtyard had been accelerated to 10,000 times, giving him more time to ponder. Physical strength. How can I unleash an even stronger physical strength? The white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing pondered as the leaves of the tree before him swayed and fell. Compared to the laws of the heaven and earth, the physical body is relatively simple. The white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing sensed his own body. To mortals, the body contained many mysteries, but to a stage 3 world deity, he had long seen through the body. Hair, bones, skin, blood vessels, organs, etc. There was no need to mention these. Even the tiniest particle of Dongbua Shui Ing's body was as vast as a continent. Every single particle of Dongbua Shui Ing's body was as vast as a chaotic world. Every single particle of Dongbua Shui Ing's body possessed immense power, allowing them to withstand even greater attacks. In order for my body to unleash more power, I must first let every single particle in my body unleash more power. Dongbua Shui Ing thought to himself. Bang! In the deepest layer of every muscle cell in his arm, there was a blurry and chaotic world within this single particle. Under Dongbua Shui Ing's control, the power of this world had increased exponentially, instantly increasing by tens of times. This requires me to carefully control every single particle, but there are countless particles in my body. I can't split my attention to billions of particles. Dongbua Shui Ing thought to himself. Furthermore, I would have to divert my attention to control countless particles during the battle. How am I supposed to fight? In a life and death battle, the greatest taboo was to be distracted. It would be fine if he were to divert his attention to fight against an expert like Dongbua Shui Ing. However, if he were to focus on controlling the particles in his body, it would have a huge impact on the battle. In order to unleash the power of my body, I definitely can't control every single particle in such a precise manner. Then what should I do? He was barely able to unleash a powerful strength, but his movements were clumsy and clumsy. He couldn't even properly utilize the laws of profound mysteries. Such a blockhead could be easily killed by an expert. Dongbua Shui Ing sat cross-legged. There was no need to study his muscles and bones anymore. The only thing he could improve on was the eruption of every single particle in his body. How could he not affect his strength during the battle? His particles still had tens of times more potential. Boom! The white-robed Dongbua Shui Ing sat cross-legged under a large tree. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave erupted from his body. causing the surrounding space to tremble and form ripples that spread out in all directions. At the same time, Crimson Rock Mountain also activated its power to control this shockwave. After all, if it was allowed to continue, it would probably destroy an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, a barrier appeared around Dongbo Shuang. Although the spatial ripples within the barrier surged, the barrier was as stable as Mount Tai. It's still too deliberate. With a single thought, it would erupt. Dongbo Shuang silently mused. Boom! The white-robed Dongbo Shuang continued to unleash shockwave after shockwave. Terrifying spatial ripples spread out in all directions, but they were all forcefully suppressed by the spatial barrier. Boom! 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 His body continued to erupt with power, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This was something he hadn't properly researched after becoming a world deity. Dongbo Shuang's realm was after all, and he naturally gained many insights from his research. He understood many methods to utilize his techniques, such as how he could better control the energy of the particle world in the depths of his body, allowing all the energy to be gathered together and unleashed. He experimented again and again. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Dongbo Shuang merely spent an hour to increase his strength by 5 times. After that, his rate of improvement became much slower. Actually, even if he were to increase his strength by 5 times, his combat power would still be at the level of a stage 3 world deity. Compared to the luminous sun force, which was close to the level of a powerful existence, the difference was too great. It was no wonder that Dongbo Shuang was too lazy to think about it. Because there were countless world deities, there would definitely be those who researched on the explosive power of one's body. However, he had never heard of anyone who could rely on their physical strength to fight against those of a higher realm. Even if one's strength was tyrannical and unrivaled, it was only because of the absolute arts they cultivated. For example, the absolute art of the Army of Destruction was an absolute art that trained one's body. It allowed one's body to soar in all aspects, making one's strength, speed, and even defense unrivaled. Because this absolute art specialized in strength, it was still meaningful to research on the explosive power of one's body. After spending another day or so, Dongbo Shuang finally managed to increase his strength by 6 times. He understood that even if he spent another year and a half, it would be hard for him to reach 7 times. In the depths of the mysterious Lake Heart Island, within the Destruction Paradise, although the white-robed Dongbo Shuang had spent more than a day in his hometown, due to the time acceleration of 10,000 times, the black-robed Dongbo Shuang, who was battling on the battle platform on the mountain peak, did not even spend a breath's time. Hua, hua, hua. Although Dongbo Shuang did not kill the 2 black-robed men and was intentionally delaying for time, the light barrier at the edge of the battle platform condensed another 3 black-robed men. This caused Dongbo Shuang's expression to change slightly. He did not kill his opponent, but new opponents actually appeared. Furthermore, the number of opponents was increasing. Ha ha ha! Dongbo brat, regardless of whether you kill your opponent or not, as time passes, your enemies will only increase. The golden-armored old man laughed, weirdly. Hong hong. The spear in Dongbo Shuang's hand changed, and the strength of his body immediately increased by 3 times. The speed of his spear was obviously faster, and his spear moves were more vicious. Like a venomous snake probing its path, the spear merely made contact with the shield of the black-robed man, creating an opening. In an instant, the spear pierced through the shield and into the chest of the black-robed man, following which he did not stop. With a flip of his hand, the spear slashed down furiously, bringing with it a surging might towards the black-robed man. Hong! The spear slashed down furiously, causing the black-robed man to be forced to kneel on the ground. At lightning speed, the spear retracted and extended slightly. It was like a venomous snake. With an extremely fast retraction and extension, The tip of the spear pierced into the glabella of the black-robed man. The two black-robed men who had been fighting with Dongbo Shuang for a breath's time were instantly killed. Ha! The 8 black-armored soldiers, 3 golden-armored captains and their commander who were watching from afar were all astonished when they saw this scene. His comprehension is quite high. The strength he exerted has increased in an instant. I guess he has another avatar studying under a time-accelerated environment. How fast can he improve? He is truly formidable. These old fellows were discussing and praising him. Up till now, they did not know that Dongbo Shuang had cultivated to become a stage 3 world deity in the shortest period of time in this universe epic. Chapter 563. Tired. So tired. The scarlet cloud spear in Dongbo Shuang's hands had already transformed into a blur. It was either sweeping left and right, stabbing forward, whipping furiously, or stabbing forward. Dongbo Shuang was barely holding on under the attacks of the 18 black men. The number of enemies on the platform was increasing, and their strengths were also increasing. Dongbo Shuang had already unleashed all of his strength, and his spear arts had already been pushed to the limits. Furthermore, the strength of the black men was already so strong that he was unable to kill them. When he was surrounded by 6 black men, Dongbo Shuang felt that he was going to lose. However, he was unwilling to give up so easily. Hence, the number of black men continued to increase. Initially, he thought that he might not be able to hold on, but after giving it his all, he was still able to hold on. Who? The black divine runes on the light barrier at the edge of the platform once again condensed into 3 black men. Again, Dongbo Shuang couldn't be bothered anymore. All sorts of weapons danced in the air. Time and space were in disorder. Attacks came from the shadows. Some attacks were even faster than one could imagine. All sorts of attacks. Dongbo Shuang tried his best to resist. Sometimes when he was helpless, he would even use his body to block some of the attacks that weren't fatal. In an instant, wounds appeared on Dongbo Shuang's body, and his entire body was covered in blood. 21 black men, 25 black men, 30 black men, 36 black men. When a total of 36 black men had gathered on the platform, each of them displayed their own techniques. The laws of profound mysteries they were proficient in were different as well. Their weapons were also different. For a moment, Dongbo Shuang was completely stunned. It was only because he was unwilling to lose that he instinctively fought. Shuang's body fiercely smashed backwards, colliding with the body of a black man. His spear was like a wave that swept out in all directions. In an instant, there were over 1,000 ripples. In the blink of an eye, 8 black men in the surroundings were struck back, but even more black men rushed forward. Right at this moment, suddenly, all the black men stopped and retreated rapidly. Some of them landed on the ground and dissipated the moment they touched the ground. Their energy returned to the divine runes on the ground. Some of them directly flew onto the light barrier of the battle platform, and their bodies also dissipated. The energy returned to the black divine patterns on the light barrier. In an instant, all 36 black-clothed men disappeared without a trace. Dongbo Shuang stood there in a daze, holding the scarlet cloud spear in his hand, staring blankly at the 8 black armored soldiers, 3 golden armored captains, and the Lord Commander. All of them looked at Dongbo Shuang with smiles on their faces. "What are you looking at? You've won!" The ape shouted. The commander looked at Dongbo Shuang with a smile. "Congratulations on passing the second test, which was relatively easy." Relatively easy? Dongbo Shuang was stunned for a moment before he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt as though he had just walked back from the edge of death. Isn't it a test of physical strength? My physical strength has long since reached the limit of what I can unleash. Why is it that the number of enemies keeps increasing? Even I didn't think that I would be able to last until now. The Lord Commander said calmly, You might think that you have reached the limit of your strength, but a real battle will let you know that you still have potential. The second test is more of a test of your fighting spirit. A truly strong warrior must not give up easily and must not admit defeat easily. The pressure on the battle platform will gradually increase, and the psychological pressure will be greater than the actual battle pressure. If you give up, it will only mean that your fighting spirit is not strong enough. Dongbua Shueing was secretly grateful in his heart. He was grateful for the 6 ghosts' resentment hexing poison. At that time, he was afflicted with the hexing poison and was constantly being tortured. If he drank the medicinal liquid in advance, he would be able to alleviate the pain. But in order to survive, he had to endure to the theoretical limit every time. This was because this kind of experience had lasted for over 100 years, and he had encountered it at a very young age. It had a huge impact on him. Even though he was much stronger than before, the gains he had gained when he was young were already deeply engraved in his bones. The first test will depend on your comprehension, and the second test will depend on your fighting spirit. These are not considered difficult. The commander smiled faintly. The third test is the truly difficult one. Those extremely outstanding true gods had passed through the first 2 tests, but in the end, almost all of them failed at the last test. Only Pang Yi passed. What's the last test? Dongbua Shueing asked. 3 tests. Only the last test was left. If he passed, he would be able to join the army of destruction and obtain the resources of this ancient army of destruction to groom his soldiers. This would definitely be of great help to his cultivation. The black armored soldiers and golden armored captains were all laughing. It's the last test. The last test is much harder than the previous one. All of them laughed weirdly as they looked at Dongbua Shueing, causing Dongbua Shueing to have a bad feeling. What kind of test was it? Only Pang Yi was able to pass the test that blocked the true gods of the deity world and abyss. It's very simple. The commander smiled faintly. Previously, I had already sealed your true deity heart. As long as you rely on your own willpower to break the seal within 10,000 years, you will have passed the test. What? Dongbua Shueing widened his eyes in shock. Senior Commander, are you not wrong? That's right. No one else can help you. You have to rely on yourself to break the seal, the commander calmly said. Dongbua Shueing stood there in a daze. He had never heard of such a point before. Now that his true deity heart was sealed, he was unable to use his world deity energy or luminous sun force. He could only control his own body's strength. This was of no help in breaking the seal. If he wanted to break the seal, other than external strength, then it would be the so-called willpower. Since external strength was forbidden, there was only a single path: to rely on willpower to break the seal. Using a strong willpower to break the seal? No wonder those true gods were unable to pass the test. However, Pang Yi had passed. The strength of the seal is different according to one's strength. The seal that true gods suffer is stronger. The seal that stage 4 world deities suffer is also stronger than yours. You are currently a stage 3 world deity, so the seal isn't too exaggerated. The commander calmly said, Of course you have your weaknesses. Your true deity heart is that of a stage 3 world deity and isn't considered strong. You have cultivated for too short a period, and your willpower has been tempered too little. Remember, you only have 10,000 years. Within 10,000 years, rely on your willpower to break the seal and successfully join our army of destruction. But if you can't break the seal, we have no other choice but to expel you. The commander said. Dongbua Shueing lightly nodded. He knew that he had no other path to take. However, in terms of willpower, his combat power was too weak when he participated in the Myriad Flower Feast. Coupled with the fact that the 3 ancestors and Bloodblade had restrained their strength, it was hard to determine how strong their willpower was. However, after establishing his own sect and traveling the world, the strongest willpower he had seen was the deceased Emperor Heavencloud. Even after so many years, his willpower still remained within his corpse and was branded in the void. Deity World, Bloodshed God Palace. Outside an ancient wooden house, Bloodblade was receiving his good friends. Only those with sufficiently high statuses were qualified to meet him. We'll discuss the details later. All right. Bloodblade had a simple discussion with Abyss Ruler, who was emitting a boundless, bloody aura. After that, the Abyss Ruler's body abruptly dissipated, disappearing into nothingness. Gagaga, Bloodblade, are you going to fight again? The black bird on Bloodblade's shoulder called out. I'll just send a body over. I can't reject this matter. After all, he has helped me before, Bloodblade calmly said. He suddenly said, "All right, how is Snow Eagle now?" He did not need to care too much about those he valued, like Pang E or Monarch Green. After reaching the level of Monarch Green and the others, it would take a very long time for their combat power to increase even the slightest bit. It was only Dongbua Shueing, who was currently undergoing rapid changes in his combat power, that Bloodblade naturally paid attention to this disciple of his. The black bird hurriedly said, "I heard that he entered the Lake Heart Island ruins and even saved Monarch Mo Shue. 9 Yang Palace Head and some other powerful existences are currently chasing after him. However, he has temporarily disappeared without a trace." Temporarily disappeared? Bloodblade turned his head over. His gaze was faint. Vaguely, a vast universe seemed to be evolving. Endless laws of profound mysteries appeared. For a moment, his gaze rapidly penetrated through the obstruction of the Lake Heart Island ruins. He even followed the karmic connection and tunneled into the interior of the Lake Heart Island, directly entering the destruction Eden. He's just a little brat. Instead of being a supervisor envoy properly, a stage 3 world deity overestimated his own strength and went to save someone. The corner of Bloodblade's mouth curled into a smile. He actually still tried to join the Lake Heart Island's army of destruction. Lake Heart Island's army of destruction. The blackbird was shocked. In our deity world and abyss, it seems that only Pang E has successfully joined. Yes, joining is very difficult. Bloodblade nodded. If he really joins successfully and his combat power reaches the level of an almighty, I will raise his rank and give him a position with real power. This brat, he is so bored. If I don't give him something to do, who knows where he will go to? Are these ruins something he can go to now? There are some dangers that even I don't dare to face head-on. He sure is daring. Chapter 564. Inner World. Monarch Mo Shue was currently sitting in front of a bamboo house, drinking warm tea, the tea mist rising slightly. Looking at the ripples on the vast lake in front of him, Monarch Mo Shue's mood was at ease. The bamboo house was built by him, personally selecting the bamboos one by one and chopping them. The tea leaves were also the leaves of a plant that he had been searching for a long time in the vast inner world. After his experiments, the taste was not bad. As for whether there was poison, to a stage 4 world deity, Monarch Mo Shue obviously did not care. What he cared about was the taste of the tea leaves. Such days, Monarch Mo Shue enjoyed it very much. In fact, the nearer he got to death, Monarch Mo Shue instead became more calm. Father-in-law. Beside him condensed the translucent face of Dongbua Shuang. Snow Eagle. Monarch Mo Shue looked at his son-in-law. What? Did the test run into trouble again? The translucent face had a trace of distress, nodding. Yes, now is the final test. I would like to ask father-in-law to give me a pointer or two. Speak. Monarch Mo Shue asked. My true deity heart has been sealed, and now external help is forbidden. I have to break through the seal myself. The huge face sighed helplessly. I've never heard of it, relying on willpower to break through the seal. You haven't heard of it. It's because your knowledge is still lacking. Monarch Mo Shue said. Dongbua Shueing was stunned. Can it be done? Yes. Monarch Mo Shue said, "You should know the power of willpower." The huge face nodded. When he became a transcendent, one look, his willpower could form a substantial pressure, enough to make a mortal's soul suffer an impact, collapse, or even faint. And becoming a god, the god's willpower was even stronger. The pure willpower of a god. To a half-god it was fine, but to a mortal it was a nightmare. One look, and they would die. Once one became a world deity. The willpower of a world deity was even more terrifying. To a transcendent, it was like a boundless hell had descended. As for powerful existences, their willpower pressure did not need to talk about the impact on the soul, even in the real world. The willpower pressure of a powerful existence was enough to completely disintegrate a 10,000 li area of land. Then you should also know the method to raise willpower. Monarch Mo Shue said, "I only know of two methods. The first is to increase one's realm. The higher one's realm, the stronger their true deity heart. The will released by the true deity heart is naturally stronger." Dongbua Shue Ing said, "It was like comparing a 100 kilograms mortal to a 200 kilograms mortal. In terms of strength, the heavier one would naturally have a greater advantage. It was the same for cultivators. Those with higher realms would have more profound laws of heaven and earth contained within their true deity hearts. Their true deity hearts would be stronger, and their wills would naturally be different. The willpower of a mortal and an almighty being was naturally miles apart. The other method is to cultivate one's heart." Dongbua Shue Ing said, "A different state of mind would affect one's willpower as well. Thus, although they are all stage 4 world deities, there are some stage 4 world deities whose will is much stronger." Yes. Monarch Mo Shue nodded his head in agreement. To raise one's willpower, there are indeed only these two directions. One is to raise one's realm. The other is to cultivate one's heart. However, if you want to become a stage 4 world deity, you will still need some time. And if you raise your realm, I reckon that the test for you will also increase. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded his head. The test that he was going through was a stage 3 world deity test. Once his strength broke through, he reckoned that the Lord Commander would increase the seal. Thus, you only have one path. Cultivate one's heart. Monarch Mo Shue said, "How do I cultivate my heart?" Dongbua Shue Ing asked. He also knew about cultivating one's heart, but this was too unfathomable. Did he not see Emperor Heavenly Cloud's willpower pressure? It was stronger than many almighty beings. Could it be that almighty beings did not know how to cultivate their hearts? Monarch Mo Shue laughed. "If you asked me before seeing my eldest daughter, I would not be able to explain it clearly, but now I can guide you." Dongbua Shue Ing's huge, transparent face could not help but reveal joy and expectation. Cultivating one's heart, after reaching an extremely high realm, the true deity heart will be like colored glass and can release light. Monarch Mo Shue smiled. Observing one's own true deity heart, one can observe the light released by the true deity heart. My true deity heart does not release light. Dongbua Shue Ing said. "I do." Monarch Mo Shue said. Dongbua Shue Ing stared blankly. "You see." Monarch Mo Shue sat there, but there was a tiny Monarch Mo Shue flying out from between his eyebrows. Dongbua Shue Ing understood that this was his father-in-law's true deity heart. To release the true deity heart without any protection in front of him, it was clear that he had absolute trust in him. After all, to an expert, the true deity heart was the most important. Dongbua Shue Ing looked. That tiny Monarch Mo Shue's body was translucent, his expression serene, and his whole body was releasing light. This was a light visible to the naked eye. Cultivating a pure heart, the true deity heart will naturally release light. The experts of the deity world and abyss all call this light the light of will. Monarch Mo Shue said, "To be able to let the true deity heart release light of will, It is clear that one's heart cultivation has already reached an extremely high realm. I heard that above this, there is an even higher realm in cultivating the heart. It's just that I'm not too clear. How to cultivate the heart to be able to have light of will? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. Cultivating the heart, how can there be an absolutely clear method? Monarch Mo Shui said. I can only tell you when you have no confusion, no worries, no fear, your heart is empty, pressing forward with indomitable will. Your mind is one. Your true deity heart will be like colored glass, releasing a great light. Dongbua Shui-ing softly chanted. No confusion, no worries, no fear. Heart is empty, pressing forward with indomitable will. Mind is one? I originally had many worries and uneasiness. Monarch Mo Shui sighed with a smile. But knowing that my daughter has become a stage for world deity, and my son-in-law is a personal disciple of God Emperor, I immediately had no more doubts and worries. Only then did I head to the Lake Heart Island ruins. What a joke! That Nine-Yong Palace had brought a stage for world deities is also to make us pawns. There are some dangers, and let us go. I have no fear of danger, and instead took the initiative to drill into some places, allowing me to obtain the true God weapon first. Ha ha ha, it sounds nice. Everyone charge together, and if you want to obtain the treasure, it will depend on your own ability. But in the end, I obtained the true God weapon, but didn't that Nine-Yong Palace head still want to snatch it? Monarch Mo Shui shook his head. Dongbua Shui-ing listened and sighed. Indeed, usually, when joining hands to explore a certain place, the truly precious treasures would be very hard to distribute. It would all depend on one's own ability. Moreover, before the true treasures are full, who would care about it? True God weapon, the implications are extremely huge. It is said to be of great help to almighty existences stepping into the paragon level. Monarch Mo Shui said. In front of this level of treasure, who would still be modest? Haha, in the end, it was me who was the least afraid of death who obtained it first. Humph, the more afraid of death, the lower the possibility of obtaining the treasure. Let's not talk about this anymore. Monarch Mo Shui looked at Dongbua Shui-ing, smiling. You brat, because of me, this old man you still painstakingly ran over, risking your life for me. Sigh. Aren't you just fine being an examiner? After some time, when you become a stage 4 world deity, I'm afraid that His Majesty God Emperor will focus even more on nurturing you. But for me, you risked your life to enter Lake Heart Island. Relax. After returning from Lake Heart Island, I will definitely be more cautious in the future. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Lake Heart Island was indeed too dangerous for him. Even in the most ordinary region, those black armored monsters were extremely dangerous. Fortunately, he had moved together with Monarch Armadillo Jade and the others, and had luckily gambled on the blazing blood door, winning the gamble. If not because of this gamble, he would not have entered Destruction Eden later on, even though he had experienced a lot this time. But Dongbua Shui-ing still decided that, without special reasons like saving his father-in-law, he would definitely not enter some places that exceeded his strength. Lake Heart Island, after all, was one of the best ruins in the entire deity world and abyss. Until now, the only special place he had entered was Destruction Eden, and that was because he was escaping from the pursuit of Nine-Yong Palace Head. There were many other special regions that he did not dare to enter. I know that you are cautious. Being cautious is a good thing. With a cautious heart, you can walk far on the road of cultivation. Monarch Mo Shui said. Regarding cultivating the heart, remember what I said. You can slowly experience it yourself. This point, no one can help you. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. His father-in-law had already helped him a lot. No perplexity, no worries, no fear. An empty state of mind, courageously advancing, a single thought in his heart. The 6 words his father-in-law said sounded very clear, but any one of them was very difficult. No perplexity. Even among the high and mighty world deities, How many of them were truly without perplexity? Chapter 565. No worries. How hard was it to have no worries? Even stage 4 world deities were worried that they would not be able to transcend. They were desperately thinking of ways to transcend. No fear. Facing people like Bloodblade and Temporal Island Lord, one must not be afraid. Facing death, no matter how terrifying the danger, one must not be afraid. An empty state of mind that in itself was a form of transcendence. Advancing courageously, not being disturbed by anything, having no distractions, and having a strong belief to advance courageously. Not those who were like skeletons waiting for death. If Monarch Mo Shui was waiting for death, he probably wouldn't have reached such a level. He was fearless and without worries, but still had a strong desire. Going to the Lake Heart Island historical remnant was for his daughter and for himself. He was also searching for opportunities to break through. One's thoughts, pure thoughts, no distractions. Just one was hard enough, but to do all of them was even harder. Within the destruction paradise, Dongbua Shueing sat at the edge of the platform, looking at the continuous mountain range. He was deep in thought, asking himself again and again, Dongbua Brat, it is very difficult to break the seal with your willpower. A black-armored ape sat next to him and kept croaking. At your level, some pain and suffering are useless to you. You need to comprehend it yourself. Back then, the Lake Heart Island master cultivated his heart and Tao here. Legend has it that with a magical robe on his body, he would shine with boundless light. Every living being in the universe, even those mortals, seemed to have seen a figure emitting boundless light. That time, the Lake Heart Island master truly reached the peak, becoming a supreme existence. Dongbua Shueing was shocked when he heard this. The entire universe, every living being seemed to have seen a figure emitting boundless light. This power was too unbelievable. Even if the universe was destroyed and entered a new epoch, or even your epoch, the Lake Heart Island still exists perfectly. Even your epoch hasn't been able to enter the true core of the Lake Heart Island. It can be seen how powerful Master is. The monkey sighed. Shueing nodded in praise. It is indeed amazing. Our army of destruction's consummate skills were created by Master. Soldiers, captains, and commanders learn consummate skills that grow stronger and stronger. Even soldiers' unique skill is enough to make countless real gods go crazy. The monkey shook his head. Dongbua boy, cultivate your mind well. Compared to my master, as long as you have a 10,000th of my master's cultivation of mind, you will be able to break through the seal. Yuan Ho found Dongbua Shueing pleasing to the eye, which was why he said so much. Understood. Come, try it. Dongbua Shueing flipped his hand and took out a gourd of wine, handing it to the monkey, and a black gourd of wine for himself. Fruit wine. The monkey immediately took it and drank. TSK, TSK, TSK. His mouth was filled with wine. Ha ha ha! Although we are neither dead nor alive, we still have our sense of touch and smell. This wine tastes pretty good. Dongbua Shueing stood up. Senior, can I walk around the destruction paradise as I please? Feel free to wander around. Some of the important places are directly isolated by formations, and some places will expel you even if you barge in. There's no danger, said the monkey. All right. Dongbua Shueing tapped his feet on the ground. Shoo! He immediately turned into a stream of light and flew above the mountains. Although he was unable to use his world deity energy or luminous sun force, with his powerful world deity body, he was still able to execute many techniques, pressing forward with indomitable will and having one mind. These 2 points aren't difficult for me. Dongbua Shueing looked at the mountains below and pondered. When he was a young mortal, he already had the ability to press forward with indomitable will and practice his spear for a long period of time. This could be considered his talent. He was able to discard all distracting thoughts and focus on a single goal. No fear. No matter how powerful an expert is, I can only revere them but not fear them. Even death won't make me feel fear. Why would I need to fear experts and be afraid of danger? No perplexity, no worries. Dongbo Shui-ing pondered. These were the two most difficult points. As long as these 2 points were resolved, there would be no confusion, no worries, no fear, an indomitable will and a pure mind. It would be very easy for such an expert to have an empty mind. How can there be no perplexity? How can there be no worries? I care about the Xia people. I worry about my son and daughter, my wife Jingqiu's safety, and my good friend, Brother Eternal Wind, who is still suffering in the dark abyss. Dongbo Shui-ing thought. There were too many worries, and it was impossible for him to be free of them. Even now, I am worried that I can't break the seal with my will in 10,000 years. There's also perplexity. There are many things in the deity world, dark abyss, and the material realm that I don't know. In the eyes of Master, I'm still very immature. There are many things that he hasn't told me, such as the historical remains in Lake Heart Island. Dongbo Shui-ing thought. Sacred Master Crimson, Dust, was already dead. How much could Crimson Rock know? Jingqiu was only a stage 3 world deity in her previous life. Even Monarch Amo Shui was only a stage 4 world deity, and not a powerful existence. The secrets that they knew were still too little. There are too many perplexities, even in cultivation. Maybe Master doesn't want things to be too smooth for me, and wants me to break through some of these perplexities? Dongbo Shui-ing sighed. Perplexity, worry. How can I be free of perplexity and worry? I really have to be like father-in-law. My true deity heart is about to collapse, and I'm also close to death. Only then did I really open my mind. No more perplexity, no more worry? Dongbo Shui-ing thought. He even imagined himself about to die and open his mind to everything. But no matter how he imagined it, it was still fake. Perplexity and worry were like invisible ropes wrapping around him, and he couldn't completely empty his mind. Emperor Heavenly Cloud, with such a strong will, his cultivation heart is probably not inferior to my father-in-law, maybe even higher. Dongbo Shui-ing kept thinking, flying in the destruction paradise. He even walked into some strange caves. He walked around and saw all kinds of strange scenes. Occasionally, he would meet the 8 soldiers and 3 captains of the army of destruction. While walking around, Dongbo Shui-ing kept asking himself about his heart. Not only him, but even the white-robed Dongbo Shui-ing in the Red Rock Mountain of the Xia people's world was also walking in the world, trying to find some inspiration from the fate of other living beings. Time passed year after year. In the blink of an eye, his true deity heart had been sealed for more than 5,000 years. Ha ha ha! Halfway up a tall mountain, Shui-ing was currently standing on top of a huge boulder. His right hand was currently holding onto a strange, tricolored flower. He was laughing loudly with his head raised. His laughter rumbled, and countless ripples swept out in all directions, causing the entire mountain to tremble. No perplexity, haha, I'm really stupid. The world is so wonderful, full of countless unknowns. I need to explore, I need to discover. Dongbo Shui-ing looked at the tricolored flower in his hand. If I know everything in the world, there will be no secrets. Then this world will be too boring. Just now, he found this tricolored flower, and he was immediately stunned. What a beautiful flower! It was bright and beautiful. The color was beautiful. The fragrance was mesmerizing, and it emitted a deep sense of vitality. At this moment, Dongbo Shui-ing came to a realization. All the unknowns are the gifts of the world to us living beings we need to explore to comprehend. This is the journey of life. Dongbo Shui-ing's heart was suddenly enlightened, and he felt much more relaxed. In fact, even the mysterious island in the lake, he no longer felt the slightest bit of fear, but curiosity. He was like a child, looking at the world with curious eyes. On the island in the lake, Dongbo Shui-ing was filled with curiosity. He really wanted to explore the entire place, to understand it clearly. However, he knew that he was still too weak. The journey ahead is still long. Let's take it slow. Dongbua Shueing smiled. His heart was no longer perplexed. At this moment, he could feel that his true deity heart was much smoother and his will had become stronger. Brat, what are you laughing at? A low roar came from the bottom of the mountain. Dongbua Shueing was stunned. He immediately flew out. Xiao! Turning into a twisting beam of light, he arrived at the source of the voice. At the bottom of the mountain there was a cave, and in the cave there were many thick and long chains. The chains were binding a tall and muscular man with red skin, red beard, and red eyebrows. His eyes were emitting a monstrous rage, and his aura was surging, as though he was a huge volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years. You are Paragon Huacheng. Dongbua Shueing was shocked. A paragon of the deity world, whose strength was on the same level as the three ancestors, had disappeared for billions of years, and was actually imprisoned here? Hee brat, you know me? The muscular man with red beard and red eyebrows grinned. Chapter 566. The third chapter. Dongbua Shueing looked at Paragon Huacheng, who was tied up in the dark cave, and laughed. In the god world, as long as it's a well-informed world deity, how many of them wouldn't know of Paragon Huacheng? Ha ha ha. Even though Paragon Huacheng was tied up, he was still grinning proudly. He then asked curiously, Why are you in the destruction paradise too? I'm going through a test and wish to join the army of destruction. Dongbua Shueing said. With just you? Paragon Huacheng shook his head and curled his lips. His actions caused the chains to rattle. Red hair. A golden light descended. It was a golden-armored handsome man. The golden-armored handsome man sneered. Don't look down on this brat Dongbua. Dongbua brat has already passed 2 tests and is now going through the final one. As long as he passes, he will be a member of my army of destruction. Haven't you been crying and begging us to send your doppelganger out? Without any special reason, we are unable to leave the destruction paradise, but this brat Dongbua is different. He is a real life and can freely enter and exit the Lake Heart Island. Once he joins my army of destruction, he can bring his avatar out. Avatar? Dongbua Shueing looked at Paragon Huacheng in shock. Paragon Huacheng gave an awkward smile. His red, bearded face seemed to turn even redder. His face was originally red, so there wasn't much difference even if his face turned redder. Back then, a clone of mine entered the Lake Heart Island. I was too daring and got into big trouble, and was imprisoned here. Who would have thought that my true body in the god world was plotted against and lost its life because of helping a good friend? I was only left with a body, and was imprisoned here with no way to return. However, a new clone has been born in my inner world. I asked the army of destruction to help me, but they only imprisoned one of my bodies. I asked them to send the other clone out to regain its freedom, but they didn't agree at all. I hope you pass the test. When the time comes, help me bring my avatar out. Paragon Huacheng casually said, Actually, I don't have much confidence in you. Other than Pang Yi, no one has successfully joined the army of destruction. If I fail the test, can I bring your clone out? Dongbua Shueing asked. If we take him out, these were venerable level existences. Why would they be afraid of being surrounded by the Nine-Yang Palace head? No way, Paragon Huacheng said helplessly. I am a serious criminal. Only soldiers of the army of destruction can enter this cave and get close to me. Dongbua Shueing tried walking over, but when he reached the entrance of the cave, a layer of restriction arrays appeared around him. Divine inscriptions swirled around him, making it impossible for him to pass through. I've been trapped for 113, for billion years. How pitiful, how pitiful. Paragon Huacheng sighed. Although he sounded pitiful, he did not feel the slightest bit unhappy. Even though this was the first time Dongbua Shueing had interacted with him, He felt that Paragon Huicheng was indeed a weird person. If he was imprisoned for such a long time, it would be hard for him to laugh. Dongbo Brat, what's your full name? Paragon Huicheng asked. Senior, how long has it been since you contacted the outside world? Dongbo Shueing did not answer him directly. Very long, I guess. Anyway, none of them can save me. My master and Pang Yi have some enmity, but master isn't willing to appear. Even though master is a dominator-level existence. This is the destruction paradise. It has the arrays and energy set up by the Lake Heart Island Master. Master doesn't dare to barge in. Paragon Huicheng curled his lips. At the start, there were some old friends who would occasionally contact me. But later on, the contact became less and less. Only my master would occasionally contact me through karma. Dongbo Shueing was puzzled. He could not help but ask, Paragon Huicheng, your master is a dominator-level existence? I wonder who it is. Dominator-level existences could be counted on one's fingers. Just Bloodblade and the others. He had never heard of anyone being Paragon Huicheng's master. My master is called Primal Master. He is the most ancient dominator of the deity world and abyss. Paragon Huicheng's eyes were filled with respect and a hint of fanaticism. Most ancient dominator? Primal Master? Dongbo Shueing was puzzled. He had never heard of it before. Paragon Huicheng sneered at the sight. Dongbo Brat, not every ruler wants to occupy a territory, and not every ruler wants to be famous. In the deity world, there are 3 dominators that countless living beings know of. They are the sinister Temporal Island Master, the overbearing Bloodblade, and the low-profile Myriad God Palace Master. In reality, other than the 3 of them, there are 2 others who don't care about territory or fame. One is my master, Primal Master. He was the first to become a dominator after the birth of the deity world. The other is Empress Qianhe. She is the only female dominator in the deity world and abyss. Dongbo Shueing's heart stirred. He thought of one person. Back when the Myriad Flower Feast was held, the one seated at the highest seats, other than his master Bloodblade, there were also 2 dominators from the dark abyss and a graceful and elegant woman with a reserved and gentle aura. At that time, Dongbo Shueing was puzzled. Who was this woman? Her position seemed to be much higher than the 3 ancestors. My deity world actually has 5 dominators. Dongbo Shueing sighed. When you become a powerful existence or live longer, you will know about it. Paragon Huicheng said casually, What about the Dark Abyss? Dongbo Shueing asked. Dark Abyss, there are only 3 of them. There is nothing to hide. Paragon Huicheng said casually. Dongbo Shueing asked, then including Primal Master and Empress Qianhe, who is the strongest dominator in our deity world? Bloodblade, no one is his match in a head-on battle. Paragon Huicheng said. Dongbo Shueing nodded his head. Didn't Senior ask for my name? I am Dongbo Shueing. I am the personal disciple of God Emperor. Paragon Huicheng's lips twitched. He didn't find it strange. After all, to be able to pass 2 trials, one was extraordinary in the deity world. You brat, you are still showing off in front of me. Paragon Huicheng was rather polite. After all, he had a favor to ask. You had better hurry up and cultivate. Don't waste time and pass the trials. I am waiting for you to save me. As long as you save me, this great karma of saving my life, I, Paragon Huicheng, will never forget it. Once I get out, I will give you a great benefit. Great benefit? Dongbo Shueing was shocked. But it might not be of much use to you. After all, you are too weak. It might be useful to your master Bloodblade instead. Paragon Huicheng said, As long as you save me, I, Huicheng, will be your big brother. If you need anything, just call me. He had been imprisoned for too long. If he could be saved, the karma would be too great. He had once thought of ways to get Pang Yi to help him. However, Pang Yi had a conflict with his master Yuanchu. Other than Pang Yi, no one in the entire deity world and abyss could save him. Don't worry, I will give it a try, Dongbo Shui-ing said. Helping such an expert was the same as sending karma. If he could help, he would definitely help. Dongbo Shui-ing chatted with Paragon Huicheng for half a day. He understood many secrets of the deity world and abyss. He then continued walking in the destruction paradise, questioning his own heart and analyzing it. Years passed. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years were almost up. There was only a month left to the deadline. What should I do? Dongbo Shui-ing sat cross-legged by the lake. He looked at the lake water in front of him. 10,000 years were about to pass. There was only a month left. The anxiety had completely affected his emotions. 10,000 years are about to end. My will is still unable to break the seal. Hope is slim. Dongbo Shui-ing's eyes were originally filled with anxiety. Even his cross-legged body found it hard to calm down. But all of a sudden, he completely relaxed. Forget it. If there's really no other way, I can only fail. Monarch Mo Shui, I have let him down. Dongbo Shui-ing thought. Actually, Monarch Mo Shui had already consoled him. After all, he had lived for an extremely long time. And this time, Dongbo Shui-ing had already done enough. In his heart, he faintly understood that it was impossible for him to succeed. He started to prepare himself for failure. At this moment, his original anxiety was completely gone. Instead, he was calm and relaxed. Dongbo Shui-ing's body trembled. His eyes lit up. It's precisely because I have so much to worry about. My hometown, my children, my wife, cultivation, transcending and becoming a powerful existence. I think too much. That's why I'm filled with anxiety. Dongbo Shui-ing gradually understood. But so what if it's worse? My children have already lived for tens of thousands of years. Adding in the time acceleration, it would be even longer. My wife has lived even longer. Compared to countless mortals, they have lived for a very, very long time. Even I, Dongbo Shui-ing, have lived for far too long. How many mortals have had such experiences? So what if I don't become a powerful existence? After living for hundreds of millions of years, what's there to be unresigned about? At this moment, Dongbo Shui-ing was no longer worried. Instead, he was satisfied and grateful. He was grateful to fate. He was grateful to everything. It allowed him to have a wife and children. It allowed them to live such a good life. No confusion, no worries, no fear. His heart was clear and bright. His heart was pure. He pressed forward courageously. His heart was filled with gratitude. He was curious about the future. He wanted to explore this world that was filled with wonders. On this path of cultivation, he would work hard to advance. He would break through all obstacles and protect everything that he valued. Within Dongbo Shui-ing's sea of consciousness, that tiny little person, Dongbo Shui-ing, started to turn slightly transparent. At this moment, it started to emit light. Chapter 567. Break for me. The body of the tiny person, Dongbo Shui-ing, was like glass, emitting rays of light. He raised his head and let out an angry roar. His eyes suddenly erupted with a terrifying will. The will erupted from the true deity's heart. It was even more vast and ferocious than before, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Ka. A layer of blurry gray energy appeared on the surface of the true deity's heart. Many cracks appeared on the gray energy, and under the continuous attacks of the powerful will, the gray energy was finally torn apart. Following which, the gray energy melted like snow and disappeared. Dongbo Shui-ing, who was sitting cross-legged by the lake, opened his eyes and looked forward. A terrifying will was released from his eyes, and the space in front of him was completely distorted. It directly swept across an area of hundreds of thousands of li, and even the surface of the lake had caved in. This was because a large amount of the lake water on the surface had disintegrated into nothingness. The powerful will directly affected reality, causing the thick layer of lake water within hundreds of thousands of li to disintegrate into nothingness. When Dongbua Shwe closed his eyes and retracted his will, he opened his eyes again. The huge hole in the middle of the lake caused a large amount of lake water to surge violently. So. Numerous figures streaked across the sky and landed. They were the 3 golden-armored captains, 8 black-armored soldiers, and the black-cloaked Lord Commander who had rushed over. All of them looked at Dongbua Shwe with bright eyes. "Welcome to us." The Lord Commander grinned. "Welcome, brother." All of them looked at Dongbua Shwe with smiles on their faces. They were neither alive nor dead, and they were too lonely. Every time a new cultivator joined the army of destruction, it made them feel as though the army of destruction still existed. It was as though they were still in the same era of the universe. Dongbua Shwe looked at them and smiled. "Brother Peng Yi, Dongbua Shwe has passed the test and officially joined our army of destruction." The commander informed another member of the army of destruction, Peng Yi. Then he walked to Dongbua Shwe and said, "Dongbua Shwe, you are better than I expected. You are the first universe god in the 3rd heaven to pass the test. From today onwards, you are a soldier of the army of destruction." Dongbua Shwe nodded. "When you become a stage 4 world deity, you will be qualified to apply for the captain level test, and even the commander level test," the commander said. "All right. Follow me to collect your weapon first. It's a true divinity artifact." The monkey beside him snickered. Dongbua Shwe was also looking forward to it. So. The group of them quickly streaked across the sky and rushed in another direction. It was a magnificent and huge palace that was even taller than ordinary mountains. The door of the palace was pushed open. The commander brought his subordinates in while Dongbua Shwe looked on in anticipation. "Look." The commander pointed afar. Dongbua Shwe looked. In the huge palace, there were a total of 8 light pillars, and each light pillar contained a weapon. Now, there are only 8 true divinity artifacts left. Hence, the army of destruction is stricter in recruiting soldiers. Choose one. The commander recalled when he had first joined. He was brought here too. Back then, the general of the army of destruction had asked him to choose a weapon. The general of the army of destruction was also the brother of the owner of Lake Heart Island and his master uncle. 8 true god weapons. Shwe glanced over and could not help but feel vexed. Among these true god weapons, there were 3 blades. One was a scimitar, one was a heavy machete, and one was a rather ordinary long blade, a sword, a shield, a long rod, a flying blade, and an umbrella. No spear. Dongbua Shwe was helpless. "You seem to use a spear." "Unfortunately, there aren't many who use spears. We didn't have many and we ran out long ago." The commander said from the side. Shwe could only walk forward, getting close to each of the light pillars to begin sensing them. Very quickly, Dongbua Shwe walked to the second last light pillar. Within the light pillar was a flying blade which was hidden in a sheath. The moment Dongbua Shwe got close, he sensed the aura of the true divinity artifact, and his heart jumped. It was a special aura. It seemed ethereal and illusory. There was a feeling of mirage. However, within the ethereal aura, there was a hidden killing intent. This killing intent was hidden, and once it exploded, it would definitely be terrifying. This seems good. Dongbua Shwe thought. None of these weapons were suitable for him, but the aura of this flying blade was quite compatible with him. He had comprehended the true meaning of mirage when he was a transcendent. Moreover, one of his 3 secret skills was the destruction, which was filled with killing intent. Dongbua Shwe went to feel the last umbrella. That umbrella gave off a strange, feeling that made it hard to tell the direction. Dongbua Shui Ing temporarily gave up on it. Every single one of these true divinity artifacts was amazing, but he had to choose one that was suitable for him. This was what he was good at. It would be easier for him to refine the true divinity artifact. Even using the true divinity artifact to comprehend would be helpful. I'll choose this. Dongbua Shui Ing walked back to the light pillar of the flying blade and looked at it silently. Are you done choosing? The Lord Commander asked. I'll choose this. Dongbua Shui Ing pointed at the light pillar in front of him. You won't regret it. The Lord Commander asked again. There's no way to change this. Amen. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. The Lord Commander extended his hand and the light pillar dissipated. The flying blade slowly flew towards Dongbua Shui Ing and stopped in front of Dongbua Shui Ing. Dongbua Shui Ing extended his hand and grabbed the flying blade. He then tried to sense and refine it. Hong! Dongbua Shui Ing felt as though he had entered a world of darkness. This world seemed very real, but strangely, it felt a little illusory at the same time. This made Dongbua Shui Ing suspicious because he was most proficient in the profound mysteries of the world. However, this world of darkness gave him a completely different feeling. This is a mirage. However, the mirage has already developed a sense of reality. Dongbua Shui Ing thought, this mirage, it had surpassed the normal rules of the world. Following that, in this world of darkness, Dongbua Shui Ing saw a bit of light. In a flash, it appeared in front of him and disappeared. Dongbua Shui Ing. The Lord Commander opened his mouth and woke Dongbua Shui Ing, who was immersed in it. A true God weapon is extraordinary. You are not even a world deity of the fourth heaven. You are still far from being able to refine it. The Lord Commander said, keep it well and comprehend it when you return. Amen. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. The profoundness of the true God weapon was something that even Nine Yang Palace Head and the others desired to comprehend. One could see how profound it was. This was also the first time Shui Ing had discovered that the mirage could actually transform into a real world. Furthermore, that final ray of light had caused his heart to palpitate and its power to be terrifying. To refine and use it would probably take a few days. His wife had obtained the true God weapon for so long and her realm was higher than his. However, she had yet to fully refine and control it. Only by completely mastering it would he be able to unleash the power of a true God weapon. Let's go. You have yet to learn the absolute art. The Lord Commander brought his subordinates out of the palace and streaked across the sky. Very soon, they all landed at the stone pillars where they first learned the 10-world annihilation fire secret technique. You have only learned the 8th level of this secret technique. Finish learning it first. The Lord Commander said, these world deity level secret techniques, according to our rules, you can only learn one during the test. Once you pass the test, you will receive the complete version. After that, you will have to make contributions before you can learn more secret techniques. These world deity level secret techniques are only a few steps away from absolute arts and are very precious. However, the Army of Destruction does not have any missions and you will not have the chance to make contributions. Hence, you can only learn this one. You will not have the chance to learn anything else. Dongbua Shui Ing did not mind and immediately learned the complete 10-world annihilation fire. Hong Long Long, in the middle of the many stone pillars, a black stone pillar suddenly protruded out. Many blood-colored characters appeared on the black stone pillar. This is an absolute art that only the soldiers of the Army of Destruction can learn. Those true gods desire to learn it, but do not have the chance. The Lord Commander said, this was created by my teacher. Although its power is weaker than the captain and commander rank secret techniques, the difficulty of learning it is much lower. Chapter 568. The Army of Destruction carried out the will of the Lake Heart Island Master. They fought everywhere and killed anyone who dared to provoke them. Back in his era, this army was the most invincible army. It was an army that made other forces feel fear. Even the weakest soldier could make the enemy feel fear and difficult to deal with. They were all extremely strong, fast, and had invincible defense. They were all monsters that could destroy the world. How could they fight against them? Why were they so strong? It was because of the absolute arts created by the Lake Heart Island Master. The three absolute arts were cultivated by the soldiers, captains, and commanders respectively. The difficulty of cultivation was also higher. The soldiers cultivated the extreme annihilation mysterious body, which had a lower difficulty. This is called low difficulty. Dongbua Shueing was speechless. The extreme annihilation mysterious body had a total of 6 levels. World gods corresponded to the first 4 levels. True gods cultivated to the 5th level. True gods cultivated to the 6th level. However, Dongbua Shueing only needed a brief experience to realize that the difficulty of the extreme annihilation mysterious body was comparable to the 4th transformation of the luminous sun. From this, one could see that the absolute arts that Bloodblade had painstakingly obtained could be imparted to his disciple. However, the Lake Heart Island Master directly imparted it to the soldiers of the Army of Destruction. Of course, even in the era of the Lake Heart Island Master, the Army of Destruction was his most important army. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to join. Although it was learned by the soldiers, this absolute art was still extremely valuable. Cultivating this extreme annihilation mysterious body requires many external materials. Logically speaking, many of them need to be exchanged with contribution points. The commander asked, "However, there are no more missions now. Therefore, I will give you some materials. It should be sufficient for you to cultivate the first 4 levels. As for the rest, you will have to rely on yourself." "Thank you, Commander," Dongbua Shueing said gratefully. In the Red Rock Mountain of the Xia people's world, the white-robed Dongbua Shueing had already started to try cultivating the absolute art under the time acceleration of 10,000 times. After so many years of cultivation, especially when he had reached the 4th level of the luminous sun and reached the 7th level of the 10-world annihilation fire, his cultivation level had deepened, and his understanding of the laws and profound mysteries had deepened. Hence, he only spent slightly more than a year's time to comprehend the first 3 levels of extreme annihilation mysterious body completely. As for the 4th level, it was too difficult, and he had to become a universe god of the 4th heaven before he could master it. Crackle! White-robed Dongbua Shueing immediately started cultivating on Crimson Dust Island. This absolute art was very special. The external materials were mainly used to condense body armor. On the other hand, simply evolving one's body to greatly increase one's strength and speed did not require external items. It really hurts. Dongbua Shueing could feel that his entire body was being reconstructed. His particles were also evolving into a mixed origin world, just that it was more stable, able to withstand impacts and increase the explosive speed. Moreover, the biggest difference between it and the time immemorial body was that the countless particles in Dongbua Shueing's body were more tightly bound to each other. It could be said that after cultivating this technique, the particle density in Dongbua Shueing's body had increased by 10 times. A terrifying power flowed within his body. White-robed Dongbua Shueing opened his eyes. He had a feeling that if he were to unleash the power of his body, even the treasure spirit of Crimson Rock Mountain would not be able to suppress it. An entire Crimson Dust Island would collapse. What a powerful strength! Even its ability to withstand attacks far surpasses the time immemorial body. Dongbua Shueing exclaimed. Moreover, it even has an armor. Over at the ruins of Lake Heart Island, not even 2 hours had passed. Black-robed Dongbua Shueing had already cultivated the extreme annihilation mysterious body to the 3rd level. The difference between him and his true body was that he could borrow the external materials given to him by the commander to cultivate a body armor. The body armor could be fused with the skin layer, or it could be completely exposed. When it was completely exposed, the armor would be fixed in place, and the degree of defense would increase by a level. Hence, to kill a soldier, the attack would first land on the armor. Only after passing through the armor would the attack be transmitted to the body, which could withstand far more attacks than the time immemorial body. Naturally, it would be harder to injure the soldier. Rumble! Surging power surged within his body. On one hand, it was the power of his muscles and bones. On the other hand, it was the luminous sun force of the fourth transformation realm. These two types of power combined and complemented each other, allowing Dongbua Shui-ing to reach an even higher level. Dongbua Shui-ing lowered his head to look at his hands and lightly clenched them. Rumble, faintly, a world crack could be seen in his palms. Its might caused the commander, the 3 golden-armored captains, and the 8 black-armored soldiers to be slightly shocked. It seems that the absolute art that you originally possessed is also proficient in strength. The commander praised. My previous absolute art also required the help of my fleshly body to be able to better execute it. Now, the extreme annihilation mysterious body is able to complement it. Dongbua Shui-ing stood up. Commander, captains, brothers, I still have matters to attend to and must leave immediately. Hence, I can only take my leave. Amen. Brat, if you have nothing to do, try to chat with us. As a soldier of the army of destruction, he still had some other items. For example, tokens, communication items, and other unimportant items. With the help of these items, he could chat with them frequently. Definitely. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Are you leaving now? The commander asked. I wish to go and help Paragon Huicheng. Dongbua Shui-ing said. The golden-armored handsome youth by the side sneered. That barbaric fellow, you are really helping him? In the past, they were too lazy to help, and the other reasons were all fake. If they truly wanted to help, they would have long thrown Paragon Huicheng's avatar out through the spatial whirlpool. However, they did not do anything because they did not treat Paragon Huicheng as one of their own. As for Dongbua Shui-ing and Pang Yi, who had joined the army of destruction, they had clearly treated them as one of their own. Very soon, Dongbua Shui-ing arrived outside the cave where Paragon Huicheng was imprisoned. As a soldier of the army of destruction, he was no longer obstructed by the array and could bring away Paragon Huicheng's avatar. As for the avatar that was imprisoned here, it could not escape and had to endure the punishment. Who asked him to stir up trouble in the past? You succeeded? Wahahaha. I Huicheng can finally go out, I can finally go back. Paragon Huicheng was so excited that he cried out. He was too excited. He had been imprisoned for too long, and he even felt that it was possible for the entire universe to enter the great apocalypse. That would be too sad. Clearly, fate had given him a chance, allowing Dongbua Shui-ing to come here. Brother Dongbua, from today onwards, you are my brother. Haha, I have said before that I will definitely give you great benefits when we get out. This is my greatest reward in Lake Heart Island. Originally, I only wanted to inform my master, but now I will share it with you. Paragon Huicheng was so excited that he was speaking incoherently. Senior Huicheng, let's go out first. We can talk after we get out. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Senior, we are brothers. Paragon Huicheng shouted out. Lord Commander shook his head when he saw this. He then said to Dongbua Shui-ing, Snow Eagle, if you wish to leave Lake Heart Island, I can send you out from the Destruction Paradise. There's no need for you to pass through the water layer outside. It's fine. I will go to the periphery of Lake Heart Island first. Dongbua Shui-ing said. He still had to take care of his wife. He couldn't possibly run away with his father-in-law and leave Jingqiu there, right? Huicheng. Brother Huicheng. There might be some trouble if we go out. The one leading them is 9 Young Palace Head. Dongbua Shue Ing said. Nine Yang, is he even worthy of being called trouble? Paragon, Hucheng sneered. 100 billion years ago, Paragon Hucheng was already a paragon realm existence. Looking at the entire deity world and abyss, there were not many who could be his opponent. Other than ruler realm existences, there were some other great experts who were also paragons. Even Dongbua Shueying's senior apprentice brother, Monarch Guzong, hadn't reached the paragon level and couldn't be compared to Paragon Hucheng. Very soon, from the closest spatial whirlpool, Dongbua Shueying rushed out and entered the icy cold passageway. I'm finally out again. Dongbua Shueying revealed a smile. Nine Yang Palace head, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge ice block, opened his eyes. He turned and looked towards a direction. Dongbua Shueying is out. It wasn't just him. Withered Tree Old Mother and the other three had also used karma to discover the location where Dongbua Shueying had appeared. Surround him. Don't let him escape this time. Nine Yang Palace heads' eyes flashed with a cold light as he gave the order. Chapter 569. The old granny who was leaning on a wooden walking stick also turned into a ray of light, flying in the deep and cold ice cave passage. Her long hair grew rapidly, turning into many gray-brown tree roots. One by one, the tree roots broke apart, and a total of 9 tree roots broke apart. These 9 tree roots also turned into a gray-robed old granny. The 9 gray-robed old granny also flew at high speed. Following the fork in the road, they immediately split up and quickly surrounded him from different directions. Humph, humph, humph. Withered Tree Old Mother's eyes were filled with coldness. Little fellow, let's see where you can escape to this time. Nine Yang Palace head, Prison Dragon Emperor, Sovereign Zainua, and Red Transient Empress all quickly closed in on Dongbua Shueying from their respective positions. They had waited for so long. Naturally, they were not willing to let Dongbua Shueying escape. In the icy cold ice passage, Dongbua Shueying was not the slightest bit nervous. He even felt the cold air and revealed a smile, enjoying this beautiful world. The final test in the Destruction Paradise allowed him to go through a 10,000-year journey of questioning his heart, and also made his state of mind even more pure and clear, and even more undisturbed by external things. Snow Eagle, I sensed Nine Yang Palace head and the other 4 approaching. Among them, the fastest is Withered Tree Old Mother. Her real body and 9 clones are all approaching, and one of the clones will arrive very soon. Monarch Mo Shui, who was in the inner world, immediately reminded. Oh, Dongbua Shueying also knew of Withered Tree Old Mother's clones. But since he chose to come out and wanted to bring Jingqiu along, he was already prepared to be surrounded. Regardless, he continued to advance along the predetermined route. Suddenly, Shueying's ears moved slightly. He could hear some minute undulations coming from his ears. That was the vibration of space caused by flying at an ultra-high speed. This made the edge of Shueying's mouth curl into a grin. It's here. Your Highness Dongbua, it's better not to escape. Follow this old granny. A gray-robed old granny flew over from the front. Her wrinkled old face had a trace of excitement and anticipation. She really discovered him first. Dongbua Shueying completely ignored her, flipping his hand and extending his right hand. A scarlet cloud spear appeared in his hand. Humph, you still want to struggle? Let Mo Shui come out. He can still fight with me. As for you, Highness Dongbo, when you become a universe god in the 4th heaven, you might be able to fight with me. But now don't blame me. The gray-robed old granny reached out her right hand, and her shriveled right hand immediately transformed into countless roots. These twisted roots were densely packed, almost blocking the entire corridor. They then shot towards Dongbua Shueying, intending to capture Dongbua Shueying in one fell swoop. Shueying frowned and waved his left hand as he saw the countless tree roots coming towards him. Bang! A surging faint purple flame rushed out, like a huge fire dragon flying out from Dongbua Shuiying's palm. At the same time, the temperature in the icy cave rose rapidly, and the ice layer immediately began to melt, turning into water. The water then continued to rise into mist, and the mist only existed for a moment before evaporating into nothingness. The change in the cave was extremely fast. The originally thick ice layer quickly melted and disappeared, revealing its true appearance, a rough and huge passageway. Saying it was slow, the faint purple fire dragon had already pounced on the countless roots in an instant. The two of them covered the entire sky, and there was no way to avoid them. Ah! The gray-robed old granny immediately let out a cry of pain. Countless of the roots were almost instantly incinerated, and some of the thinner roots were also incinerated. Only the thickest and main roots were barely able to resist the flames. But such an intense pain caused the gray-robed old granny to reveal an expression of shock and anger. The roots quickly retracted, but the faint purple flame did not let her go and completely enveloped her body, burning the gray-robed old granny to the point of letting out cries of pain. It was painful. Although this was just an avatar, it still had the strength of a powerful existence. Who would have thought that she would be burned to such an extent and instantly be at a disadvantage? 10 apocalyptic flame. Its power is not bad. Dongbua Shuiying praised inwardly. The 7th level of the 10 apocalyptic flame was originally something that only stage for world deities could cultivate under normal circumstances. Because of the test of the army of destruction, Dongbua Shuiying had to spend so much time to cultivate it. Its difficulty was even higher than the 4th boundary of the 3rd volume of the Luminous Sun, and its power was also extremely impressive. As a world deity level secret technique that was close to an absolute art, after cultivating the 7th level, one's strength would be close to that of a powerful existence, and it relied on flames. And the gray-robed old granny specialized in tree roots and wood. Coincidentally, she was countered by the flames. The flames were powerful enough to counter her, and she had only sent an avatar. Naturally, she was burnt to the point where she could not retaliate. Woo, woo, woo. It was so painful that the gray-robed old granny could only turn around and escape. If she wasted any more time, this avatar would most likely be burnt to ashes. Your Highness Dongbua, you can't escape. Stop struggling. The gray-robed old granny was still shouting as she escaped. Withered tree old mother, I'm afraid your strength is not enough. Dongbua Shuiying said indifferently, his voice reverberating in this rough and huge tunnel that had already changed greatly. And at this time Monarch Emo Shui from the inner world immediately reminded, Snow Eagle, Sovereign Zainua is approaching. Withered Tree Old Mother's real body is also approaching, and Nine Young Palace Head is also approaching. Understood. Dongbua Shuiying nodded and continued to advance at high speed. In just a breath's time, south, a majestic and huge rock giant whose entire body was burning with flames appeared in front of him. This rock giant also let out a powerful roar. Your Highness Dongbua, it's better if you surrender. As a magma giant that came from the dark abyss, Sovereign Zainua was very confident in his strength. His right palm directly streaked across the sky, his palm rapidly becoming bigger, and directly grabbed towards Dongbua Shuiying. On this huge palm, flames rose, and the power caused time and space to faintly freeze. Not only was his strength extremely strong, even his realm was extremely high. Sovereign Zainua, this is my god realm's matter. Why do you, a person from the dark abyss, need to meddle? Dongbua Shuiying waved the long spear in his hand. When the long spear was waved, it caused the space to distort, and at the same time the long spear's body also rapidly expanded and became longer. In almost an instant, the long spear's head directly smashed onto the huge rock palm that was enveloping him. The corner of Sovereign Zainua's mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up Meet force with force? One must know that he had the strength to fight against powerful existences. Although his realm was high, his strength was his greatest advantage. When other experts of the same level fought with him, they wouldn't meet force with force. In battle, one had to display one's advantage and avoid one's weakness. This Highness Dongbua, who was filled with potential, but was still very young, was actually going to meet force with him. Sovereign Zainua? Rumble! Sovereign Zainua's expression suddenly changed. He felt an incomparably vast power that made him feel faintly fearful coming from the long spear. That was a power that far surpassed his. In almost an instant, cracks appeared on his huge palm. Dongbua Shuiying's long spear directly smashed onto his palm, and then directly crushed over, smashing onto his body. He could only use his other hand to block at the same time. The huge body was whipped, and with a swoosh, it transformed into a stream of light and flew backwards, heavily smashing onto the ice layer of the ice passageway in the distance. The ice layer that was more than 100 feet long completely shattered, and the body that was burning with flames smashed onto the black mountain rocks. Sovereign Zainua stared blankly for a moment, unable to react. He looked at Dongbua Shuiying, who was wielding the long spear in the distance. He, Sovereign Zainua of the Dark Abyss, an existence that could rival powerful existences, the power that he was so proud of, was actually completely crushed. You want to meet force with me? Dongbua Shuiying retracted his long spear, feeling the terrifying power that was surging within his body that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. The luminous sun force was extremely young and extremely ferocious, and the army of destruction soldiers, absolute, art, extreme annihilation, mysterious body, cultivated his body to an extremely ferocious state, and also made his power and speed extremely ferocious. Combining the two, Dongbua Shuiying's battle power directly soared to the level of powerful existences. His realm was only at the stage 3 world deity realm, and he was still far from it. Compared to Sovereign Zainua, compared to powerful existences, he was still much weaker. But why did he have the battle power of powerful existences? It was because his power and speed were too terrifying. So terrifying that it completely made up for the flaws in his realm. Sovereign Zainua, and a soldier who grasped an absolute art, and was even the most terrifying army of the ancient universe era. The army of destruction competing in power? That was simply asking to be humiliated. If he relied on his realm to contend with Dongbua Shuiying, he could still hold on for a while. But if he met force with force head-on, he would be directly crushed. Chapter 570. This Dongbua Shuiying's strength has actually reached such a level. Sovereign Zainua leaned against the black stone wall, but his heart was in turmoil. His strength has completely suppressed me, far surpassing me, even if his realm is much weaker than mine. Just based on this terrifying strength, he can match powerful existences. But he is only a stage 3 world deity. A stage 3 world deity can match powerful existences. What about a stage 4 world deity? A stage 4 world deity was when one's strength increased the fastest, because they could comprehend by analogy and grasp grade 1 deity heart after grade 1 deity heart, and could even increase their realm to the same level as powerful existences. Thus, stage 4 world deities fighting across realms was a common occurrence. In history, there were some extremely tyrannical ones, like Emperor Heavenly Cloud, who could even kill powerful existences as stage 4 world deities, and the legendary existence, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. He was a stage 4 world deity, and was known as one of the 3 ancestors in the bloodshed God Palace. Even his lifespan was ridiculously long. This Dongbua Shuiying is too powerful. In the future, it won't be difficult for him to transcend and become a powerful existence. I believe he has the chance to become a paragon existence. Sovereign Zainua thought. His attitude towards Dongbua Shuiying had changed. Unless there was a treasure that could allow him to transcend, he was not willing to offend Dongbua Shuiying. After all, He was helping Nine-Yong Palace head this time, and it was impossible for him to obtain the true god weapon. Your Highness Dongbua, this flame-controlling secret technique of yours is truly powerful. A hoarse voice with a strange undulation reverberated within the tunnel. Its withered tree, old mother. Sovereign Zainua immediately knew, but laughed coldly in his heart. This withered tree, old mother, was definitely going to suffer. Shio, 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 shio. Twisted and powerful grayish-brown tree roots streaked across the sky, and heaven and earth faintly changed color. It was as if every tree root contained endless laws and mysteries. With one look, Dongbua Shuang knew that withered tree old mother's true body had come. Her true body strength was much stronger, especially since these tree roots did not have countless tentacles. Only the trunk attacked, and it could withstand his flames. Be careful, don't fight him head-on. Sovereign Zainua still transmitted a message. Humph. Withered tree old mother leaned on her walking stick. The huge grayish-brown tree roots that separated from her hair had already surrounded and attacked. At this moment, she was filled with anger and wanted to protect her face as a mighty being. So she did not care about Sovereign Zainua's words. Withered tree old mother, is it worth risking your life for the Nine-Yong Palace head? Dongbua Shuang abruptly swung his spear with both hands. As he swung his spear down, it expanded rapidly and struck out mightily. There was a ring of darkness around the spear, but outside the ring of darkness was boundless radiance. However, withered tree old mother did not care about it at all. In terms of realm, the difference between them was too great. Her technique looked ordinary, but in reality it was the fusion of many laws and profound mysteries into one. Pa, pa, pa! The spear swung down furiously, and the tree roots also fiercely lashed over, wanting to entangle Dongbua Shuang and capture him. However, when the spear lashed onto the tree roots, the grayish-brown tree roots broke apart one by one. This caused withered tree old mother's expression to change greatly, and she immediately controlled some of the grayish-brown tree roots to change their technique, becoming more feminine. However, the spear had already crushed in front of withered tree old mother. After all, when an expert made a move, one wrong move would immediately put her at a disadvantage. She waved the wooden walking stick in her hand to block. Pung! Withered tree old mother's entire body flew backwards to dissipate the force, and then she staggered to the ground. She looked at the distant Dongbua Shuang in shock. If it could be said that she was careless at the beginning, then using the walking stick to block at the end was really going all out, but she was still suppressed. She immediately understood. This Highness Dongbua, his strength is not much different from mine. In terms of strength, he is even more tyrannical. Saying it was slow, withered tree old mother's true body appeared, attacked, and was then suppressed and forced back. However, this happened in an instant. I have no ill intentions. Withered tree old mother hurriedly shouted. Dongbua Shuang was stunned. He saw a figure suddenly appear beside withered tree old mother. This was a figure shrouded in a purple robe, and his head was covered. There were purple divine tattoos on his face, but his eyes were golden, and he smiled. Highness Dongbua, withered tree indeed has no ill intentions. I just want to help Highness Dongbua avoid the pursuit of 9 sons. You are purple-robed Hex Emperor? Dongbua Shuang was astonished. Purple-robed Hex Emperor. He was an extremely powerful major being from one of the 3 major powers of the deity realm, the Pantheon Palace. He had also risen up in the material realm, and when he was in the mortal world of the material realm, he called himself purple-robed. It seemed that purple-robed had a special meaning in his hometown. He had always been researching hex poisons and rarely ventured out to adventure. His attainments in hex poisons were extremely high, and he had even used hex poisons to modify his body, giving him an extremely tyrannical hex poisons body. He was also publicly acknowledged to be in existence close to the paragon level, and was equally famous as Nine-Yong Palace Head and Monarch Guzong. Nine-Yong Palace Head and Monarch Guzong were the personal disciples of Temporal Island Lord and Blood Blade, respectively, which was why they had combat strength close to that of a paragon. However, purple-robed Hex Emperor had always been relying on himself. He had immersed himself in researching hex poisons, and it was normal for him to research for billions of years. I didn't expect your highness to know my name. Haha, I haven't been out for a long time. Your highness, now isn't the time to chat. How about I bring your highness away first? 9 suns will be here soon. Purple-robed Hex Emperor said. There's no need to trouble Hex Emperor. Dongbua Shueing smiled. Purple-robed Hex Emperor shook his head lightly. It's not troublesome. Just as he finished his words, Dongbua Shueing felt a wave of dizziness. Luckily, he had cultivated the extreme annihilation mysterious body, and his body was extremely strong, much stronger than many powerful existences. His endurance was also much stronger. Although he felt dizzy, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. The soldiers of the Army of Destruction weren't that easy to capture. Not good. Dongbua Shueing immediately retreated explosively. Amen. Purple-robed Hex Emperor was astonished. Even ordinary powerful existences would have fainted and collapsed. This Dongbua Shueing was actually able to withstand it? Wasn't his body's resistance to hex poisons too strong? With this explosive retreat, Dongbua Shueing's speed immediately soared. If purple-robed Hex Emperor wanted to capture him again, he would have to waste some time. However, there wasn't enough time. South. A cold youth instantly flew over from afar. His face was filled with killing intent as he glanced at Withered Tree Old Mother. Withered Tree Old Mother stood beside purple-robed Hex Emperor and smiled. This old granny has a favor to ask of Hex Emperor. Palace Head, I'm sorry. Nine-Yong Palace Head looked coldly at purple-robed Hex Emperor and said solemnly, Purple Robe, you want to fight with me? You are someone who studies hex poisons and you want to snatch true god weapons? Every true god weapon has its own path. I am currently stuck at a bottleneck and am unable to improve. I can only use it as a reference. Maybe I can be inspired and take that step. Purple-robed Hex Emperor's face, which was filled with purple god marking, smiled. Nine-Yong, you have the absolute art of Time Island Lord. However, if you were to fight with me, I am afraid the one to take away His Highness Dongbua will still be me. So I advise you to give up. Is that so? Nine-Yong Palace Head's eyes were filled with killing intent. The two of them faced each other from afar. The terrifying aura caused the hearts of the surrounding Withered Tree Old Mother and Sovereign Zay Nua to tighten. The two of them were extremely powerful, and their battle prowess was close to that of a paragon. Ordinary almighty existences couldn't fight against them at all. You should know that your chances are very low. Purple-robed Hex Emperor was still indifferent. Nine-Yong Palace Head's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that in terms of battle prowess, the two of them were equal. However, purple-robed Hex Emperor had walked up step by step and didn't have any absolute art. To have such battle prowess, he relied on many techniques. He had many techniques. For example, some of his clones were much stronger than Nine-Yong Palace Head. Nine-Yong Palace Head understood that his chances of success were less than 10% when the two of them snatched Dongbua Shueing. Seems like I still have to make a move. Purple-robed Hex Emperor's golden eyes started to have countless runes circulating. He could see the laws of heaven and earth clearly, and his killing intent started to rise. Dongbua Shueing, who was far away, also felt threatened. He transmitted a message. Big Brother Huicheng, I can't fight against these two. Who? A figure appeared beside Dongbua Shueing. It was Paragon Huicheng. Leave it to me. Don't worry, it won't be long. Paragon Huicheng grinned. revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He then stepped on the void and walked over. The distant Nine-Yong Palace head and purple-robed Hex Emperor felt an intense sense of danger at the same time. It was as though a huge sun star was approaching. The two of them hurriedly turned their heads. From afar, they saw a figure bathed in blazing flames, walking over. His figure was majestic, and he wore simple clothes, revealing a patch of red skin. He had messy red hair, a red beard, and red eyebrows. It was as though he was the ruler of the flames. His eyes looked over, and there seemed to be endless volcanoes hidden deep in his eyes. Paragon Huicheng, purple-robed Hex Emperor and Nine-Yong Palace head were shocked. Paragon Huicheng was an extremely ancient paragon. His master was also the first ruler of the deity world and abyss, the primal master. Paragon Huicheng had lived for far too long. His strength was also extremely tyrannical. Before Monarch Green and the rest rose up, Paragon Huicheng was already one of the strongest paragons. At that time, even Pang Yi had to stand slightly behind. Dongbuishueng is my brother, a life and death brother. Paragon Huicheng's entire body was covered in blazing flames. His eyes emitted an overwhelming pressure. Are you guys going to scram? Or should I beat you up? Paragon Huicheng's voice was like thunder rumbling over. Chapter 571. Purple-gowned Hex Emperor and Nine-Yong Palace head felt suffocated as the pressure shrouded their hearts. If it was some new paragon who had just opened up his own Tao path, the two of them wouldn't be afraid. But Paragon Huicheng was different. He had lived for far too long and had long opened up his own Tao path. Furthermore, he had walked very far on this Tao path. The difference in power between them was obvious. Even if they joined hands, they would be easily suppressed. Hong! Heat waves surged forth, causing the stable space of Lake Heart Island to distort. Greetings, Paragon Huicheng. Purple-gowned Hex Emperor bowed slightly. Paragon Huicheng looked at him and nodded. Purple-gowned, remember the last time we met? You were just an ordinary true god. Now that your power has reached such a stage, it is all because of your own comprehension. You are close to opening your own path. Purple-gowned Hex Emperor smiled humbly. Paragon Huicheng has overpraised me. I am also stuck at a bottleneck. I always feel that there is an invisible barrier when I want to take this step. Hence, I came out to seek opportunities. And don't be anxious. Take it slow. Paragon Huicheng said. Although he was overbearing, he had no killing intent towards purple-gowned Hex Emperor and Nine-Yong Palace head. Since Paragon Huicheng is willing to stand up for His Highness Dongbo, I will naturally not pester you any further. I will take my leave first. Purple-gowned Hex Emperor smiled and immediately brought Dried Tree Old Mother away. Only the Nine-Yong Palace head was unwilling. Paragon Huicheng's oppressive gaze landed on Nine-Yong Palace head. He curled his lips. Nine-Yong, you are a disciple of Temporal Island Lord and a personal disciple of Island Lord. Now you are equal to Purple-gowned. Now you still want to snatch Monarch Mo Shue's true god weapon. Dongbuishueng, Nine-Yong Palace head bellowed. From afar, Dongbuishueng flew over and landed beside Paragon Huicheng. He immediately said politely, Nine-Yong Palace head, Monarch Mo Shue has done me a great favor. I will definitely protect him. Although his power had increased by a lot, it was not the time for his wife's identity to be exposed. After all, Paragon Huicheng could not protect him all the time. Once he became a stage for world deity, there would be nothing to worry about. You owe me a great favor. What kind of great favor is it for you to risk your life like this? Nine-Yong Palace head was enraged. Isn't it just some pointers during the Myriad Flower Feast? You've already repaid the karma by protecting his kingdom. I will act according to my heart. I cannot back down from this matter. Dongbuishueng said. Paragon Huicheng, who was at the side, glared as a formless heat wave rushed over, causing Nine Palace Head's expression to change. A layer of misty sword light appeared on the surface of his body, blocking the heat wave. Paragon Huicheng scolded angrily, Nine, I've given you face. Moreover, entering the ruins to explore, obtaining treasures depended on one's own means. Mo Shui risked his life to obtain a true god weapon. It was his luck. It would have been fine if you had relied on your strength to snatch it, but now I am here. Your strength is far from enough, so don't act like a scoundrel. The Nine Palace head gritted his teeth. He was unwilling. He had cultivated for a long time, but he was unable to take that step to open his own path. This true god weapon was a fortuitous encounter. Scram! Paragon Huicheng no longer had any patience. Let's go. Nine Palace head took a glance, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. Sovereign Zainua and Emperor Prison Dragon, who had rushed over, also left swiftly. Dongbu Shuiying looked at this scene. Big brother, Huicheng's reputation was indeed widespread. He didn't even bother to make a move, and the other party immediately retreated. Nine, this kid has extraordinary potential. Paragon Huicheng's eyes under his red brows were filled with regret. A pity that his cultivation heart is flawed. He is too eager for instant benefits, and is trying his best to find all sorts of external support to become a paragon as soon as possible. But the more anxious he is, the less hope he has. External support is ultimately just external support. He still has to rely on his inner self. Nine Palace head should also understand this logic. Dongbu Shuiying said, knowing is easy, but doing is hard. Amen, Paragon Huicheng nodded. Knowing is easy, but doing is hard. Everyone understood this logic, but to truly achieve it, it was difficult. Let's go and fetch your wife. Paragon Huicheng laughed. Dongbu Shuiying immediately led the way, advancing rapidly. In the ice cave at the periphery of Lake Heart Island, Jingqiu was meditating here. But today she was standing on a piece of ice, looking into the distance. Father, Jingqiu saw the figure of the white-haired, white-bearded, black-robed old man, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Daughter, Monarch Mo Shui also flew over. The father and daughter pair hugged each other upon meeting. Jingqiu's eyes were filled with tears. Her father had given her the true god weapon, and very soon her father would be reincarnating. This made Jingqiu's heart filled with reluctance. Not far away from them, Dongbu Shuiying and Paragon Huicheng were looking from afar. Paragon Huicheng, who was dressed in scarlet red with red hair and red brows, stood there emitting heat waves, causing the surrounding ice to melt. He looked from afar. Nine and Purple Gown don't know that this Mo Shui is your father-in-law. Your wife isn't bad either, to actually be a stage for world deity. Paragon Huicheng's eyes had a trace of reminiscence. In his eyes, Monarch Mo Shui, Jingqiu, and Dongbu Shuiying were all little fellows. After all, he had been imprisoned for more than 100 billion years, just this time. It's a pity that without transcending, there's no way to be eternal. Dongbu Shuiying sighed. As long as one lives happily, there's no need to care about the length of time. Paragon Huicheng laughed. Oh right, brother Dongbu, I've told you before that if you save me, I'll give you a huge benefit. It's a pity that your strength is still too weak, and this benefit isn't of much use to you. It's of great use to your master's blood blade. Dongbu Shuiying asked, what great benefit? Back then, when I barged into Lake Heart Island, even though I was ultimately imprisoned, I also obtained a huge harvest. Paragon Huicheng smiled. I discovered the records of an ancient cavern dwelling. It's a cavern dwelling that the Lake Heart Island Master once lived in. A cavern dwelling that the Lake Heart Island Master once lived in? Dongbu Shuiying was astonished. Lake Heart Island Master. Even though this time when he came to Lake Heart Island, he had merely entered a dangerous place, the ruined paradise, and that was merely the encampment of an army under him. It wasn't even the true core of Lake Heart Island. But just this dangerous place alone made Dongbua Shwe-ing understand how incredible the Lake Heart Island Master was. The cavern dwelling that he once lived in, just thinking about it, one would know that it was definitely extraordinary. Amen, Paragon Huicheng nodded. The Lake Heart Island Master should have wanted to leave behind some gifts and gifts for the living beings of the future cosmos epochs. That's why he left behind so many opportunities. The records of the Lake Heart Island Master's ancient cavern dwelling that I discovered should be one of the gifts that the Lake Heart Island Master intentionally left behind. It's a pity that such an existence's cavern dwelling, even if it was intentionally left behind, it would still be filled with danger. Without sufficient power, one wouldn't be able to receive the gifts from the Lake Heart Island Master. Paragon Huicheng said, "Brother Dongbua, your power is still too weak. It's not suitable for you to participate in this. I understand." Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. He was only a stage, 3-world deity. Even if his fighting power had increased tremendously, he wouldn't be a match for Nine-Yang Palace Master and the rest. Not to mention some of the ancient paragons, or even his master, Bloodblade, who was a ruler-level existence. I have already informed my master and Bloodblade of the news. Paragon Huicheng smiled. This time the investigation of the Lake Heart Island Master's ancient cavern dwelling will be carried out by my master and Bloodblade. Originally, I planned to only carry out the operation with my master's faction, but now both factions are working together. This is all because of you, Brother Dongbua. Dongbua Shwe-ing was stunned. Snow Eagle. A voice suddenly rang in Dongbua Shwe-ing's mind. Master. Dongbua Shwe-ing immediately recognized that it was his master, Bloodblade. He could even feel that from a faraway place his master, Bloodblade, was looking at him. Come with Huicheng to the God Palace to see me. Bloodblade transmitted. Yes, Dongbua Shwe-ing replied. Not bad, kid. You're quite powerful. You can even help your master. Another voice rang in Dongbua Shwe-ing's mind. It was the voice of the Blackbird. Chapter 572. After Monarch Mo Shwe reunited with his daughter, he was not in a hurry to reincarnate. Even though his true deity heart was about to collapse with his realm, it was still easy for him to drag on for 1,000,000 years. He still wanted to arrange some matters before reincarnating. Follow me. Dongbua Shwe-ing brought Paragon Huicheng, Jingqiu, and Monarch Mo Shwe through the inner cave of Lake Heart Island. After flying for close to an hour, finally, they arrived at an enormous cavern within the belly of the mountain. Shwe-ing first waved his hand, sending Jingqiu and the others into his inner world. I'd like to request for Lake Heart Island to send me out, Shwe-ing announced. Instantly, a wave of power descended. Hua! Dongbua Shwe-ing was directly wrapped up and thrown out along a passage formed by invisible laws. As a soldier of the Army of Destruction, when fighting outside, there was naturally no need to painstakingly pass through the lake water layer. In fact, there was a way to directly send him out from the destruction paradise. Moreover, within Lake Heart Island, there were many places that could be teleported. We're out. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked at the vast void in front of him. Turning his head, he saw that huge silvery white water ball in the distance. That huge silvery white water ball was Lake Heart Island. Back then, passing through the lake water layer to reach the island took 11 years, but coming out took only an instant. So. Jingqiu, Monarch Mo Shwe, and Paragon Huicheng appeared by the side. We came out just like that. Paragon Huicheng looked into the distance in shock. Even if it was me, I would have to painstakingly pass through the lake water layer. Dongbua, you have become one of Lake Heart Island's people. Entering and exiting is much easier. We were directly teleported out, Monarch Emo Shue said. Looks like Lake Heart Island is still operating. And even the great destruction of the universe could not destroy Lake Heart Island. Naturally, Lake Heart Island is still operating. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded. Previously, when he talked to the commander, he knew that Lake Heart Island had its own order. It allowed them, these beings from the later epochs, to explore. If it was forbidden, Bloodblade might not even be able to reach the island. Are we going to the Bloodshed God Palace now? Dongbua Shue Ing asked. No hurry, my master will be here soon. Paragon Huicheng said. Dongbua Shue Ing was shocked. Big brother Huicheng's master was the first ruler of the God world and the abyss. The space beside them split open, and an old man in plain robes walked out. There was no pressure coming from him, and he was like an old farmer working in the fields in the mortal world. His aura was gentle, and his eyes were ordinary. However, no matter how one looked at it, this ordinary-looking old man was able to nullify the laws of the world around him. He seemed to be moving very slowly, but with just a single step he was already right before Dongbua Shue Ing and the others. Monarch Emo Shue was shocked and excited, while Jingqiu was still puzzled. She did not know who Paragon Huicheng's master was, and Monarch Emo Shue had lived for a long time, so he knew some secrets. Master, Paragon Huicheng shouted. Greetings, Senior Primal. Dongbua Shue Ing suppressed his excitement and greeted respectfully. Monarch Emo Shue and Jingqiu also greeted. Greetings, Senior Primal. Dongbua, it is all thanks to you that Huicheng could come out of the Destruction Eden. If you are free, you can come to my primal world for a walk. Primal Master said. Dongbua Shue Ing acknowledged. Primal, he had heard Big Brother Huicheng introduce him before. He was the earliest ruler to become a true god. Even though he was gentle, deep in his bones, he was the most arrogant and aloof person in the deity world and abyss. He was usually too lazy to care about other powerful existences. He did not even participate in gatherings like the Myriad Flower Feast. In the earliest period, he had once called himself Primal Taoist because he was the first to open and grasp his own Tao in the deity world and abyss. After that, he opened his primal world and stayed there for a long period of time, calling himself Primal Master. But no matter what, this was an existence with unfathomable strength. An existence that stood shoulder to shoulder with Bloodblade and Temporal Island Lord. Who is he? Even though Jingqiu was respectful by the side, her heart was filled with bewilderment. Monarch Emo Shue immediately transmitted a message to his daughter. Even though Primal Master wanted to know, he could still receive their message. But with his status, he disdained to do such a thing. What? An existence on the same level as Bloodblade and Temporal Island Lord? Jingqiu was shocked. She was only a stage 3 world deity in her previous life. Her understanding of the deity world and abyss was still lacking. Look at your nonsense. Primal Master looked at Paragon Huicheng and shook his head. Back then, your avatar was trapped in the Lake Heart Island, yet you still dared to ask your true body to save your friend. The moment your true body died, you were trapped in the Lake Heart Island, unable to leave. Luckily, little friend Dongbua saved you. Otherwise, it would be normal for you to be trapped until the cosmos apocalypse. Paragon Huicheng nodded and smiled. This is your true god weapon. Primal Master casually threw it out. It was an enormous axe that was emitting endless heat. That time when his true body died, Primal Master had acted to retrieve this true god weapon for his disciple. My luck is good, meeting my brother Dongbua. Paragon Huicheng snickered. Your avatar is currently trapped in the Destruction Eden, unable to die, leaving only this avatar to move about outside. Don't be too careless in the future. Primal Master ordered. It's fine. Once my avatar dies, I'll let brother Dongbua fetch my avatar from the Destruction Eden. Paragon Huicheng looked at Dongbua Shue Ing by his side. Brother Dongbua, I'll have to trouble you when the time comes. You won't reject me, right? Definitely, Dongbua Shue-ing said. Primal Master lightly shook his head. Let's go to the Bloodshed God Palace. Speaking of which, it was quite pitiful. Even though he was the #1 ruler in the deity world and abyss, he only had a single paragon under him, Paragon Huicheng. Naturally, it was because he was too proud and aloof, unwilling to accept any subordinates. Who? Primal Master brought Dongbua Shue-ing and the others, forming a blurred tunnel around them. Not even a breath's time had passed before they walked out of this blurred and distorted tunnel. In the distance, they could already see the Bloodshed God Palace land floating in the starry sky. Dongbua, you and Huicheng will follow me to see the Bloodshed God Palace, Primal Master indifferently said. Yes, Dongbua Shue-ing acknowledged. At the same time, he instructed his wife and father-in-law. Jingqiu, bring father-in-law to my cavern dwelling in the crimson stone courtyard. This was something they had discussed beforehand. After all, the true god weapon was too important. It was enough for stage 4 world deities and powerful existences to disregard everything and act for it. Thus, staying within the Bloodshed God Palace was the safest. Here, they could peacefully comprehend the true god weapon. They would not have to worry about anyone daring to snatch it. So, Jingqiu and Monarch Mo Shui immediately flew into the distance, descending on that land. As for Primal Master, he brought Dongbua Shue-ing and Paragon Huicheng with a step, arcing through the sky, directly descending on the core area of the Bloodshed God Palace. This is... Dongbua Shue-ing looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. It was an ancient wooden house. Outside the house, Bloodblade, who was dressed in a crimson robe, was currently waiting for guests. On his shoulder was that black bird. Who? The simple-robed old man, Primal Master, walked through the wooden door of the small courtyard. Dongbua Shue-ing and Paragon Huicheng followed behind him. Snow Eagle, come over here, Bloodblade ordered. Yes, teacher. Dongbua Shue-ing hurried over, standing by his teacher's side. Bloodblade glanced at Dongbua Shue-ing, his face filled with unconcealable satisfaction, being able to enter the army of destruction of Lake Heart Island at stage 3, and having cultivated for such a short period of time, not bad. It's just that with your strength, you dared to barge into Lake Heart Island. You have exceeded the limits of your strength, and that is no longer tempering yourself, but sending yourself to death. Dongbua Shue-ing did not dare utter a word. Little friend Dongbua is not bad. It is all thanks to him that we were able to save Huicheng, Primal Master said. Bloodblade also looked over. 2 existences at the peak of the deity world and abyss. One was the oldest, the first to become a ruler. The other one was faintly the most powerful one. Shall we go to the ancient cavern dwelling to take a look? Bloodblade had a smile at the corner of his mouth. This was indeed a huge benefit. Primal Master lightly snorted. You should thank this disciple of yours. You don't have to worry about that. Bloodblade's smile became more obvious. Asterisk. Chapter 573. Dongbua Shue-ing stood obediently by the side, while Paragon Huicheng stood beside Primal Master. Bloodblade and Primal Master had already sat down and started to discuss the matter of entering the ancient cave dwelling. Your Majesty God Emperor Master, these are the detailed records of the ancient cave dwelling. Paragon Huicheng also handed over a gray scroll which recorded the detailed information of the ancient cave dwelling. Bloodblade and Primal Master took a look. As expected of the strongest legendary existence in the many epochs of our universe, Bloodblade praised one ancient cave dwelling, and we can see his methods back then. I only regret that I was born too late and didn't have the chance to meet such an existence. Amen. Deep and unfathomable. Primal Master, who was proud and aloof, was also filled with admiration. Dongbuo was slightly puzzled when he heard this. He knew nothing about the terrifying existences that were born in the previous epochs of the universe. If not for him going to Lake Heart Island, he wouldn't even know about the so-called universe epochs. But his master dared to say that Lake Heart Island Master was the strongest in all the epochs of this universe. To dare to say such words, it was clear that he had absolute confidence in history. It seemed like Master and Primordial Master knew a lot more secrets than he did. Standing at the peak of this universe epoch, their horizons and knowledge were indeed thousands of times more than his. According to the records, we can enter 6. Bloodblade looked at Primal Master. Half each, Primal Master said. Bloodblade nodded lightly. All right, 3 on your side and 3 on my side. Actually, Primal, you don't have many subordinates. So why not give some spots to me? This scroll was left behind by Lake Heart Island Master. 6 spots, it had to be 6 spots. The addition of one of them would probably bring about many variables. Me, Huicheng, and Purple Robe. Primal Master said. Purple Robe? Bloodblade was shocked. Paragon Huicheng was shocked too, because not long ago, Purple Robe Hex Emperor wanted to obtain a true god weapon from Dongbuo. He's from Pantheon, isn't he? Bloodblade asked. I don't care about the territory's power. Whether he's from the Pantheon Palace or not, it won't affect me bringing him to the ancient cavern mansion, right? The Primal Master did not care. He was a maverick and did not even care about the Pantheon Hall Master. In fact, in the entire God Realm, there was only one person that the Primal Master truly cared about, and that was the Bloodblade. As for the Pantheon Palace Master, in his opinion it was too stupid. Temporal Island Lord? In front of him, they only knew how to hide. Empress Qianhe? Even in front of him, they had to retreat. This was his confidence as the oldest ruler of the divine realm and abyss. However, he attached great importance to Bloodblade. He believed that Bloodblade was qualified to stand on equal footing with him. The Bloodblade was known as the God Realm's #1 in direct combat. But apart from that, the Bloodblade was also known as the #1 assassin in the God Realm and the Abyss. Yes, a ruler was a terrifying assassin. Direct combat was the #1 in the God Realm, but assassination in the dark was the #1 in the God Realm and Abyss. This was why the Bloodblade was so domineering, and the other rulers had to give him face. I once had an incarnation roaming the material world. Back then, I met this Purple Robe kid and casually gave him some pointers. The Primal Master smiled. After he entered the God Realm, I have been secretly observing his growth. Now, unknowingly, he has accumulated a lot and can open up his own Tao at any time. Opening up his own Tao is extremely important. Letting him enter the ancient cavern mansion and witness the traces left behind by the strongest existences of the many epochs should be of great help to him. Are you prepared to take in a disciple? Asked the Bloodblade. The Primal Master smiled. It depends on whether this Purple Robe kid is willing. It's not easy for you to take in a disciple. After observing him for so long, he is about to open up his own Tao. That's why you are taking in a disciple. The Bloodblade said. However, you, the great Primal Master, are here personally. This Purple Robe kid will definitely become your disciple, so I'll congratulate you in advance. Your disciple is also very powerful. The Primal Master was rather pleased, but he still asked, Bloodblade, who are you prepared to bring? Bring Bamboo Mountain and Gutsong. The Bloodblade said, Gutsong is currently stuck at a bottleneck. This time I'll help him. The Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master has great potential, but he is still a stage 4 world deity, unable to transcend. Since he has decided to rely on me, I will naturally help him if I can. The Primal Master nodded. This was also one of the reasons he admired Bloodblade. The 3 giants of the deity world, the Temporal Island Lord, Bloodblade, and the myriad God Palace head. In his opinion, only Bloodblade cared more about comradeship. After the 2 ruler existences finished their discussion, They set a date for the operation and bade farewell. Brother Dong Bo, if there's anything, just send a message to me. No matter how dangerous it is, I'll rush over as fast as I can. Paragon Hu Chung said before leaving. We're going to the ancient cavern dwelling soon. Once we enter, do you think you can come out whenever you want? The primal master frowned. This disciple of his was good in other aspects, just that his personality was too straightforward. Previously, it was for the sake of his good friend that his avatar had been imprisoned in the Lake Heart Island. Yet he still disregarded the danger and acted, ultimately ending up in such a state. I'm going to the ancient cavern dwelling soon. It's fine, I should be out soon. Paragon Huicheng said, Let's go. The primal master was too lazy to speak any more nonsense with this disciple of his. South, he directly brought Paragon Huicheng along with him, disappearing from the territory of the bloodshed god palace. Within the courtyard of the wooden house, only Bloodblade and Dongbo Shueying were left. Naturally, there was also that black bird on the shoulder of His Majesty God Emperor. Snow Eagle. Bloodblade turned to look at Dongbo Shueying. Teacher, Dongbo Shueying respectfully said, This time it's also because of you that Huicheng has sent this opportunity to me. Bloodblade said, Your senior disciple brother Guzong and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master both owe you a favor. In the future, they will naturally return this favor. Actually, I really want to bring you in, but firstly, you aren't even a stage for world deity, so it won't be of much help to you. Secondly, your combat power is too weak, and it's too dangerous inside. If you were to follow me all the time and not experience any danger, then there wouldn't be any difference whether you go or not. This disciple understands. Dongbo Shueying respectfully said, In the deity world and abyss, he was indeed an expert, comparable to those ordinary true gods who had transcended. However, if he wanted to move together with his teacher, Primal Master, Paragon Huicheng, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, and the others, he felt that his combat power was too weak. This time, the 6 of them, the weakest were his senior disciple brother Guzong and purple-gowned Hex Emperor. They were existences close to the Paragon level, and when facing the weaker new Paragons, they had the ability to protect themselves. When I come out from the ancient cave mansion, I will definitely choose some suitable benefits for you. As your teacher, I won't take advantage of you. Bloodblade said. Dongbo Shueying grinned. Don't be too happy. Bloodblade's expression turned gloomy. Previously, I gave you the position of supervisor, but you actually ran to Lake Heart Island. It seems like this position is too leisurely for you. Dongbo Shueying couldn't help but feel awkward. This disciple knows his mistake. Since you are so leisurely and your combat power has increased greatly, then I shall give you an important position. Bloodblade said. Chapter 574. Dongbo Shueying listened attentively. Bloodblade looked at him. You should know that my subordinates can be divided into 2. One is the Bloodshed God Palace territory, and the other is the Bloodshed Tavern. Dongbo Shueying nodded. That's right. The territory of the Bloodshed God Palace occupied 1/3 of the entire deity world. It was divided into 19 prefectures, and many armies were stationed there. The armies were also the method Bloodblade used to manage this territory. They were divided into 15 ranks according to their status. Dongbo Shueying was previously a supervisor envoy of the Calm Sea Prefecture, Eastern Region, one of the 19 prefectures, with a rank of the 3rd rank. As for the Bloodshed Tavern, it was an assassin organization spread throughout the deity world, dark abyss, and material realm. The status of the assassins was determined according to their combat power. Ultimately, they were divided into 15 ranks. The lowest rank of the assassins was called the attendant rank. They were all below the 9th rank, and most were peak deities. The main rank was the manager rank. It was divided into the Black Blade Manager, the Shadow Blade Manager, and the Bloodshed Manager. They were usually ranked from the 9th rank to the 2nd rank. There were even higher ranks. They were the first rank, the Bloodshed Tavern Master rank. Every single Bloodshed Tavern Master was in charge of managing countless assassins. To be ranked as the first rank, their combat power was at least that of a powerful existence. Above them was the chief tavern master of the Bloodshed Tavern. He was also the strongest assassin in the deity world and dark abyss, Bloodblade. I don't have many powerful existences under me, and there are even fewer who are willing to be assassins. My Bloodshed Tavern is spread throughout the deity world and dark abyss. I am truly lacking in manpower. Thus you will be the Bloodshed Tavern Master and be in charge of a region. Bloodblade Tavern Master looked at Dongbu Shuang. As the highest manager of a region, you will be the one to decide how to manage it. As for the details, I will arrange for someone to hand it over to you. Bloodshed Tavern Master? Dongbu Shuang was inwardly speechless. They were the epitome of terror in the deity world and dark abyss. They were all super assassins. Above them was the highest commander of the Bloodshed Tavern, Bloodblade. Not willing? Bloodblade asked. An assassin mission? Are they forcing me to kill someone? Dongbu Shuang asked. He was feeling a little resistant in his heart. Haha, Bloodblade laughed heartily. You really are a fool. There are only so many Bloodblade Tavern Masters in the entire divine world and abyss. Each one of them is in charge of a faction, and I don't have the leisure to interfere with your management, so you can do whatever you want. Even if you let more than half of your assassins die, I won't interfere. Even if you don't want to carry out the mission, I don't care. Slaughter, chaos, or peace. I don't care. I only care about the final result, Bloodblade said. Result? Dongbu Shuang was puzzled. What was the result? You'll know when you take over, Bloodblade said. Do you accept this position? Since you won't force me to do it, I believe that Master won't cheat me. I'll accept it. Dongbu Shuang did not hesitate. Bloodblade smiled. You're still too young and inexperienced. I'll first hand over the Bloodshed Tavern in the Calm Sea Prefecture, Cavern Crane Prefecture, and 9 Rigid Prefecture to you. Since they're all within my territory, it'll be easier for you to manage them. Right? You've become a stage 4 world deity, and your strength has increased. I'll increase the scope of your management. Yes, Dongbu Shuang said respectfully. The territory of the 3 prefectures might seem huge. However, Bloodblade's Bloodshed Tavern was spread across the deity world, abyss, and material world. There was no need to talk about the material world, as there was no need for powerful existences to manage it. Both the deity world and abyss required supreme experts to manage them. There weren't many powerful existences who were willing to become assassins, so Bloodblade subordinates were few and far between. Managing the territory of the 3 prefectures was already quite light. This is the token, and this is the robe. Bloodblade waved his hand, and a red robe appeared in midair. There was even a token placed on the robe. The token emitted a terrifying pressure, and one could faintly sense the aura of Bloodblade. It could not be faked. This robe was personally refined by me, and it has many miraculous effects. You'll know once you refine it and wear it. After all, as an assassin, you'll need a suitable robe. Bloodblade said, with this token you can head to any Bloodshed Tavern branch and use it to prove your identity and status. Understood. Dongbu Shuang immediately kept the token and the unique robe that only Bloodshed Tavern Masters could wear. Master, Dongbu Shuang said respectfully, I've become a Bloodshed Tavern Master. I wonder if I can enter the Dark Abyss? Bloodblade frowned. You wish to enter the Dark Abyss? Yes. Dongbu Shuang nodded. I have a lifetime of brothers in my hometown, and they suffer in the Dark Abyss day and night. Previously, I wasn't strong enough, so I could only endure. Now that I feel that I'm strong enough, and with my identity as a Bloodshed Tavern Master, I might be able to enter the Dark Abyss. Do you know what's special about the Dark Abyss? Bloodblade frowned. This disciple understands. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "The rules of the material world were to protect the living beings within it. The rules of the dark abyss were darkness, destruction, and slaughter. It was the convergence of all darkness and chaos. The will of the dark abyss guided the living beings of the dark abyss to fight and kill outside. The more they killed, the more rewards the will of the dark abyss would bestow upon them. It would also favor certain existences more. If an outsider dared to enter the dark abyss, it would be like a drop of fresh blood falling into a school of sharks, causing them to go berserk. Killing an outsider would allow one to receive an extremely high reward from the will of the dark abyss. This would allow their true deity heart to be cleansed, allowing them to get closer to the darkness. This would allow their devil bodies to become stronger, allowing them to transcend more easily. Thus, even powerful existences who are on good terms with powerful existences from the dark abyss would usually meet in the deity world. It was very rare for them to meet in the dark abyss. This was because the moment they entered the dark abyss, the will of the dark abyss would treat them as prey, attracting countless experts from the dark abyss to surround and kill them. As long as this disciple isolates himself from all probing and does not allow the will of the dark abyss to discover my identity, it should be fine. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "Furthermore, I will only use my physical strength in battle, not my world deity energy, so I should not be exposed." Just like how the Crimson Rock Mountain prevented probing, the laws of the material world also needed his permission before they could probe the interior. Otherwise, they would not even be able to enter to investigate. The same logic applied. As long as he did not expose his world deity energy and his identity, the laws of the dark abyss would not be able to determine his origins. As long as they were not sure, they would not treat him as prey. However, the moment your identity is exposed, you will be in deep trouble. Bloodblade said, "Fortunately, the bloodshed tavern master robe I gave you is very effective in concealing your tracks. The laws of the material world, after all, it is not a true living being. It is just a simple will. As long as you are careful, you should be able to avoid its probing. However, if your identity is exposed, you can only rely on yourself." This disciple understands. Dongbua Shui-ing said respectfully. He understood. The meaning of the God Emperor was very clear. The decision was made by him, so he had to bear the consequences himself. You can accept a mission from one of the bloodshed taverns in the dark abyss, then enter the dark abyss. Bloodblade said. Yes. Dongbua Shui-ing said. When are you preparing to go? Bloodblade asked. As soon as possible. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Then I will immediately arrange for someone to hand over some matters to you. Bloodblade smiled. On this trip to the dark abyss, there will be enemies everywhere. Even the members of the taverns I established in the dark abyss are all life forms of the dark abyss. You must be careful and not expose your identity. This is also a suitable tempering for you. You must definitely not die in the dark abyss. Be careful. The dark abyss is different from the deity world. That place is extremely evil and terrifying. Those experts from the dark abyss grow up in a world of slaughter from the moment they are born. Almost all of them are lunatics. Blackbird said, All right, stop scaring him. You can go first and accompany your wife. Bloodblade ordered. This disciple will take his leave. Dongbua Shui-ing bowed respectfully. Big Brother Eternal Wind had been trapped for far too long. Now that his strength had increased, he could no longer wait. It had already been tens of thousands of years since Big Brother Eternal Wind had been captured into the dark abyss. As for waiting for him to become a stage 4 world deity, even another 100,000 years might not be enough. He was only afraid that Big Brother Eternal Wind would not be able to hold on. Dark abyss. Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Cultivating the extreme annihilation mysterious body gave him a powerful self-defense ability. This was also the reason why he dared to enter the dark abyss. Chapter 575. After Dongbua Shui-ing took his leave, He headed towards Crimson Stone Courtyard. Senior Brother Dongbua. In Crimson Stone Courtyard, the inner disciples and honorary disciples of God Emperor greeted Dongbua Shwe-ing respectfully when they saw him. In this era below the Almighties, Dongbua Shwe-ing was the only personal disciple of God Emperor and was their senior brother. Moreover, the news of Dongbua Shwe-ing having the strength of a stage 4 world deity had long spread. Naturally, they were all convinced of his strength. What they did not know was that Dongbua Shwe-ing had gone through a fortuitous encounter on Lake Hard Island and had successfully cultivated the 4th transformation of extreme annihilation mysterious body and luminous sun. With the combination of the two, he had the strength of an almighty. Just as he walked to the corner of a corridor, a black metallic man walked towards him. Dongbua Shwe-ing could tell with a single glance that this was not a normal life form, but a combat soldier puppet. Moreover, from the faint aura it was emitting, it should have the fighting strength of a stage 4 world deity. Your Highness Dongbua, the black metallic man walked over and said respectfully, I am here under the orders of His Majesty to hand over some matters. So fast? Dongbua Shwe-ing looked at the black metallic man in shock. This is a communication item. The black metallic man handed over a blood-red ring. Shwe-ing received it. With a thought, he permeated his world deity energy into the ring and refined it. He could immediately sense the many functions within the ring. Through this ring, he could control and manage all the Bloodshed Tavern under his 3 prefectures, giving out missions, sending orders, dispatching manpower. Everything was done through this communication ring. If your Highness loses the ring, you can directly send a message to me. I can help your Highness pass down the order. The black metallic man said respectfully. Amen. Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. Just like the temporal temple, the people who dealt with trifling matters were the weapon spirits. In the Bloodshed Tavern, the people who dealt with trifling matters were also these non-living beings. They were more loyal and did not know fatigue. My master said before that he does not care how I manage, only the results. Dongbua Shwe-ing said. Yes, the result. The black metal man said respectfully. There are 2 things that your Majesty cares about. The first is that any guest who pays a sufficient price can issue a mission. Then my Bloodshed Tavern will do our best to complete it. If it is beyond your Highness's capabilities, you can report the mission to His Majesty. The other is that every 100 million years, your Highness subordinates will bestow at least 300 million contribution points. Oh, Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. As long as a sufficient price was paid, the mission had to be completed. This was not difficult. If a weak assassin couldn't do it, then they would just send a stronger assassin. As for bestowing at least 300 million contribution points, that was slightly more difficult. It should be known that the Bloodshed Tavern had its own evaluation system for the difficulty of a mission. The number of contribution points awarded for each mission was within a certain range, and one could not mess around. The first point is easy. The black metal said, the second point is actually not difficult. If within 100 million years, the Bloodshed Tavern under your Highness does not have enough missions, then your Highness can issue your own missions. However, your Highness needs to be careful. Giving out missions will also create karma. I understand. Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded his head. Karma? Assassins did not have to worry about karma. Karma was created between the person issuing the mission and the target of the mission. If Dongbua Shwe-ing were to issue the mission himself, he would have to do it cleanly and kill the enemy to minimize the karma. Actually, to transcend and become a powerful existence, a small amount of karma would not have much of an impact. After all, how could one not be tainted by karma when walking through the world and killing and fighting? It was just like spreading faith and making countless living beings believe in it. That would be the karma of countless living beings. Billions of living beings would be tainted by karma, and that would be troublesome. The actions of cultivators were to avoid being tainted by karma and to have a clear conscience. Cultivating one's heart was very important. If one doubted oneself and started to hesitate, how could one transcend? Why would Master set these two conditions? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. He is already standing at the peak of the deity world and dark abyss. Why must he establish an assassin organization? As long as the price is sufficient, he must complete the mission? Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. The other point is even more strange. Why must Master ensure that the Bloodshed Tavern has enough missions? It seemed like Master hoped for the more missions, the better. But how would this help Master? Also, Master, the Temporal Island Lord, the Myriad God Palace Head, and the others are all very willing to be the witnesses for the vow. Dongbua Shueing thought. Experts usually did not like to be restricted by oaths, but during crucial moments they would still make oaths. The oath would usually be witnessed by the Bloodshed God Emperor, the Temporal Island Lord, and so on. The moment one violated the oath, the Blood Blade and the others would instantly kill the violator with a single thought. Killing those violators. I'm afraid they have to kill a lot of them every single day. Dongbua Shueing had a vague feeling. If a person did this, it might be because of their heart. But since Master, the Temporal Island Lord, and the others are doing this, they must have some sort of goal. Also, this Bloodshed Tavern needs to complete so many missions, causing so many massacres. Dongbua Shueing felt that there might be an even deeper secret behind this. His own cultivation base was still too low. His master and the others were all rulers. They probably had their own goals. After pondering for a while in the corridor, Dongbua Shueing returned to his cave dwelling. Snow Eagle, Jingqiu, and Monarch Mo Shui were currently drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard. Seeing Dongbua Shueing enter, they stood up to welcome him. Jingqiu, father-in-law. Dongbua Shueing greeted. Ha ha ha, Snow Eagle, this time it's all thanks to you, allowing me to have the leisure to drink tea with my daughter. Monarch Mo Shui laughed. It's what I should do. Dongbua Shueing replied. He then looked at Jingqiu. Jingqiu, I'm preparing to go to the Dark Abyss. Dark Abyss? Jingqiu and Monarch Mo Shui were both shocked. Jingqiu asked anxiously, so fast? Is it for Big Brother Eternal Wind? Amen. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Jingqiu was slightly worried. Isn't it too rushed? Why not wait until you become a stage for World Deity and become stronger? In the Dark Abyss, there would be enemies everywhere. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. If I wait for too long, I'm afraid Brother Eternal Wind won't be able to hold on. Moreover, my strength has increased a lot in the Lake Heart Island, so I'm still confident. At worst, I'll just lose a clone. I'll go with you, Jingqiu said. No need. Dongbua Shueing laughed. I have a disguise technique. If I bring you along, it won't be easy to disguise myself. Daughter, it's better if you don't go. Your current strength isn't comparable to Snow Eagle. If you go, you'll affect him. The Dark Abyss is different from other places. You can't be careless, Monarch Mo Shui said. While accompanying his wife and father-in-law, Dongbua Shueing also arranged some trivial matters. His wife, Jingqiu, naturally stayed in the cave dwelling to comprehend and refine that true god weapon. Monarch Mo Shui instead nurtured a clone. His true body stayed here to cultivate, wanting to pursue the last strand of hope of transcending. His other avatar went to meet his children and juniors. And before Dongbua Shueing left for the Dark Abyss, he had received several messages from powerful existences. Mainly, they were powerful existences from the Bloodshed God Palace, or existences who could fight against powerful existences. Old Brother Dongbua, who would have thought that you would be like us so quickly, taking on the position of Bloodshed Tavern Master? Ha ha ha. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say it. Brother Dongbua is indeed formidable. A stage 3 world deity. Yet you can take on the position of Bloodshed Tavern Master. I've heard that you fought with Withered Tree Old Mother, and she suffered a slight loss? Dongbua! All the Bloodshed Tavern Masters belonged to the same faction. They soon knew that the new Bloodshed Tavern Master had appeared. Naturally, they all sent messages to congratulate him, all through the internal communication system of the Bloodshed Tavern. There were even two existences who specially sent messages to Dongbua Shuang. Because they did not have any contact imprints, they communicated through karma. These two existences were Monarch Guzong and Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. Junior disciple brother Dongbua, it is all thanks to you that I could have such an opportunity this time. This senior disciple will remember this favor. Monarch Guzong was extremely low profile. Even through karma, he only said a few words. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was much more straightforward. The Lake Heart Island Master left behind the ancient cavern dwelling. This time, it is all thanks to Dongbua that I could enter. I will never forget this favor. If there's anything you need, just say the word. Even if there's a danger of death, I, Bamboo Mountain, will not hesitate. The outside world thought that Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master was one of the three ancestors of the Bloodshed God Palace. But Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master had always felt a strand of anxiety deep in his heart because he had not transcended in the end. What was the identity of the Lake Heart Island Master? He was the strongest existence across the many epochs of the cosmos. There were 6 quotas to explore the ancient cavern dwelling. How could it be his turn under normal circumstances? If not for Dongbua Shuang, such an opportunity might not even exist in the Bloodshed God Palace faction. They would all be enjoyed by the faction of the Primal Master. Such an opportunity would usually not be taken out for a transaction. Dongbua Shuang naturally would not put on airs. He humbly replied to the two. On the 3rd day after returning to the Bloodshed God Palace from Lake Heart Island, Dongbua Shuang left the Bloodshed God Palace alone. He first returned to the material realm Xia people's world before leaving for the Dark Abyss. Chapter 576. Amidst the vast violet bamboo sea, there was a bamboo house. In front of the house, there was a purple-robed man drinking wine alone. Prefecture Master, Prefecture Master. Following the shout, a stream of light streaked across and landed in front of the bamboo house. It was a powerhouse with a sturdy body. It was Forefather Fierce Tyrant. Fierce Tyrant, aren't you cultivating in the depths of my violet bamboo sea? Why have you come out? The purple-robed man held his wine cup with his fair fingers. His handsome face had a pair of long and narrow eyes as he glanced at Forefather Fierce Tyrant. Forefather Fierce Tyrant hurriedly said, Prefecture Master, have you heard? Shuang, that brat, had fought against the stage 4 world deity, Sovereign Zainua, of the Dark Abyss in the Lake Heart Island historical remains, and had also fought against the powerful existence, Withered Tree Old Mother. He's just a stage 3 world deity, yet he already has the combat power of a powerful existence. This is 2. AI, Prefecture Master, why aren't you reacting at all? Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master leisurely took a sip of wine and said indifferently he's the fastest cultivator to become a stage 3 world deity in the history of the deity world. What's the big deal about creating a miracle? Forefather Fierce Tyrant was speechless. He then curled his lips. Forget it. Prefecture Master, you're already a stage 4 world deity with the combat power of a paragon. I'm different from him. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master shook his head. How could they be the same? Those who could become paragons usually grasped an absolute art and opened their own Tao. It wasn't easy to fight a paragon. But Dongbua Shuang is indeed amazing. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master praised. He praised Dongbua Shuang for successfully entering the Army of Destruction and saving Paragon, Huicheng. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master could guess that Dongbua Shuang had definitely joined the Army of Destruction. Otherwise, there was no way to save him. Although Pang Yi was also a member of the Army of Destruction, due to his relationship with Primal Master, it was impossible for him to save him. apart from the high and mighty rulers who disdained to join. Those who knew about the army of destruction had all tried. Many true gods and even paragons had been eliminated. But Dongbua Shueing had succeeded. This shocked the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, because by relying on absolute arts and some opportunities, he might be able to have an extremely strong combat power. But passing through the Destruction Legion trial meant that Shueing's cultivation potential was extremely high because that trial was set by the Lake Heart Island Master. Yes, amazing. Forefather Fierce Tyrant hastily said, he was so close to becoming my disciple. What a pity, what a pity. Your disciple? Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master glanced at him. Don't hold up, Dongbua Shueing. What do you mean by delay? Forefather Fierce Tyrant said with dissatisfaction. How long has he been cultivating? His strength is already close to yours. Yet you still want to teach him? Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master said with a smile. Forefather Vicious Tyrant was speechless. That was right. Dongbua Shueing's current strength was indeed similar to his. After all, it was not easy to make withered tree old mother suffer a loss. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for some time. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master suddenly said, Don't disturb me for now. Oh, Forefather Fierce Tyrant nodded obediently. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master looked into the distance with misty eyes. This opportunity was very precious. He had to grasp it. One had to know that the master of Lake Heart Island intentionally left behind an ancient cave abode. Usually, it was left behind as a fortuitous encounter for the later generations of cultivators. This sort of purposely left behind opportunity would be much more rewarding than going out on an aimless expedition. The master of Lake Heart Island would guide them further on the path of cultivation. This was also the reason why Blood Blade brought along two people. One was Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master, while the other was Monarch Guzong. Both of them were in urgent need of breakthroughs. Dongbua Shueing, this time I owe you a huge favor. Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master revealed a trace of a smile. He was very happy to owe such a favor, because this was his fortuitous encounter. In the matter that happened in Lake Heart Island, Dongbua Shueing caused Sovereign King Zainua and Withered Tree Old Mother to suffer a loss. Paragon Huocheng came out and said that Dongbua Shueing was his life and death brother, and helped him force Nanyang Palace Head and Purple Gown Hex Emperor to retreat. This was not considered a secret. After all, there were quite a few who knew about it. As time passed, it began to spread amongst the powerful existences. Dongbua Shueing's reputation also began to grow. Many powerful existences who were cultivating in seclusion also began to take Dongbua Shueing seriously. This world was like this. Power was the most fundamental. Dongbua Shueing's power was enough for many powerful existences to treat him seriously. Material world, Xia people's world. Black Robe Dongbua Shueing had just come out from Crimson Rock Mountain. He had left the flying knife true god weapon at Crimson Rock Mountain for his main body to comprehend and refine it. It was not an easy task to refine a true god weapon. Moreover, this trip to Darkness Abyss was too dangerous. Since he had not successfully refined the true god weapon, he naturally could not bring it over. Actually, he and his wife had both comprehended the flying knife and the divine sword. It was just that he was only at stage 3 and had only grasped 3 grade 1 deity hearts. It was more suitable for him to comprehend the flying knife that he was most proficient in. As for the divine sword, the profound mysteries within it far exceeded his current understanding. When he reached the 4th heavenly layer, or even higher, he might be able to comprehend that divine sword. South, after leaving the material world, he arrived at the deity world. Following which, Dongbua Shueing boarded the Starfield flying ship and headed towards Darkness Abyss. The Darkness Abyss was in the shape of a twisted pillar. It looked like an intestine and was formed from layers upon layers of worlds. Hence, the darkness abyss was also known as the bottomless abyss. The entire darkness abyss was pitch black, as though it wanted to devour and absorb everything. As expected of the darkness abyss, just by looking at it from afar, I can feel its dark, destructive, and devouring aura, as though it wants to devour and destroy everything. Dongbua Shwe sighed. He stood on the deck of the Starfield flying ship and looked into the distance. In order to hide his identity, the Starfield flying ship had changed its appearance to become pitch black. Dongbua Shweying's appearance had also changed greatly. He wore a malevolent mask on his face, and 2 black spiral horns protruded from his head. He was dressed in a dark red robe, and his entire body emanated a terrifying aura of darkness and destruction. This aura was similar to that of a native life form of the darkness abyss. One must know that it was extremely difficult to disguise one's life aura. However, Dongbua Shwe managed to do it. It was because of his identity as a blood-edge tavern master that he was bestowed with that robe. That robe was extremely effective in disguising one's life aura. One must know that the blood-edge tavern master had spent a lot of effort to refine these robes, and they were specially prepared for the tavern masters under him. Being an assassin was truly not easy. Boom! The Starfield flying ship traveled through the space-time tunnel and finally arrived at the outermost layer of the darkness abyss. The world of the darkness abyss was made up of layers upon layers. Hence, if Dongbua Shwe wanted to reach his destination, he would have to continuously travel through the layers of the darkness abyss. Luckily, the abyssal world where the great demon god Hao resided is closer to the top of the darkness abyss. Dongbua Shwe thought to himself, Who, a boundless will of darkness and destruction swept over. This will was lofty and lofty, carrying with it the aura of slaughter, destruction, and darkness. It was as if it wanted to assimilate everything. However, the area around Dongbua Shwe was isolated from all probing of laws, not allowing the will of the abyss to approach him at all. This feeling of darkness and destruction is truly uncomfortable. Those demons who have been living in the darkness abyss since birth actually manage to transcend and become true gods in the end. But just like what Master and the others said, even if they become true gods, they're still lunatics deep down in their bones. Dongbua Shwe thought to himself. Chapter 577. The dark abyss also had land and oceans, towering trees, rivers, and lakes. It was just that this place had a dark aura that never dissipated. This aura nourished every native life form here, causing them to be born with powerful bodies. However, all of them were bloodthirsty and murderous. These native life forms were called demons by the life forms in the material world and the deity realm. Swoosh! A demon was traversing through the forest, carefully paying attention to all directions. The history of a demon's growth was a history of slaughter. To become a demon god, this path was very difficult. Therefore, even the stupidest demon had cunning in their bones. That bone dragon isn't here. It should have gone out to patrol. That's great. This skinny demon stood on a large tree, looking into the distance for a long time before making this judgment. At this moment, rumble, in the depths of the dark red sky, a massive black ship flew over from the other end of the space-time tunnel. The aura it emitted caused the surrounding space to solidify. Its might caused the skinny demon below to involuntarily tremble. The skinny demon could vaguely see an existence emitting a dark aura of destruction standing on the bow of the black ship. With just a glance, before he could even see clearly, the skinny demon immediately lowered his head, not daring to look again. His heart was filled with incomparable fear. Too terrifying. This was many times more terrifying than the Lord Demon God he had seen before. With just a blurry glance from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, fear enveloped his entire body. Whoosh! Very quickly, the black ship tore through the space-time tunnel once more and continued forward. disappearing from this layer of the dark abyss. Only then did the skinny demon heave a sigh of relief. Who is this existence? Is it some great demon god? To the low-level demons, the great demon god already had an extremely high status. As for the Abyss Sovereign, under normal circumstances, such a skinny demon would never have the chance to see an Abyss Sovereign, another layer of the dark abyss. In the vast wilderness, undulating mountains and forests, two forces were currently engaged in a frenzied battle. The might of the battle spread in all directions, causing countless trees to collapse. Some were frozen and shattered, while others were set ablaze. Demon legions advanced wave after wave, madly slaughtering. The fiend celestials took the lead and led the army. This was a war that swept across a huge area. This was a battle between two great demon god. The two great demon god were also in the center of the battlefield, fighting in a frenzy. The other demon gods and demons had all retreated far away. A 16-armed great demon god, stood in the air. His cold laughter rang out across the entire battlefield. One-eyed demon, your avatar has already been destroyed. You even lost your most important, blood-refined weapon. You still want to fight with me? This time, you will definitely die. You won't be able to escape. On the other side was a towering, great demon god. His head was half the size of his body, and on his head was a single evil red eye. He spoke in a low voice. You are courting death. My children, follow my will and kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. The countless demons under the command of the one-eyed great demon god were completely fanatical, not even caring about death. Just then, boom, a large black ship flew out of the space-time passageway from another layer of the abyss world. The invisible aura it emitted made the two great demon gods involuntarily panic. As for the demon gods and countless demons under their command, they were even more instinctive in their fear. At the bow of this huge black ship, the crimson-robed figure with two spiral horns on his head also noticed this large-scale battle. He could not help but glance over. Although he did not deliberately release his aura, just the natural aura alone was enough to cause the demons' vision to turn dark. Their consciousness was in chaos and they all fell. The demon gods were also trembling. The two great demon god demons were also extremely afraid. One must know that Dongbua Shuiying's true deity heart cultivation realm had long made his true deity heart like colored glass. It was transparent both inside and out and could emit light. If he deliberately released his will, these two great demon god demons, who were only at the first layer of the heavens, would instantly die from their true deity, hearts exploding. As for those demon gods and demons, the difference in their level of life was too great. A single glance could kill countless of them. Dongbua Shuiying only casually glanced at them. Then he drove the Starfield flying ship forward. After passing through this layer of the abyss world, he proceeded to the next layer. When the huge black ship disappeared, only then did the two great demon god demons heave a sigh of relief. Could it be one of the Abyss Sovereigns? It could even be one of our Dark Abyss Almighties? This power is too terrifying. I don't even dare to move when he glanced at me. The two great demon god demons were slightly shocked. Standing at the bow of the Starfield flying ship, Dongbua Shuiying did not care about the billions of demons. Not to mention them, Dongbua Shuiying did not even care about the Abyss Sovereigns of each layer of the Abyss world. After all, the deeper one went into the Dark Abyss, the stronger the Abyss Sovereigns were. Most of the Abyss Sovereigns were stage for world deities. To him, there was indeed no threat. To threaten him, one had to at least have the fighting power of an almighty. What he was truly wary of was the omnipresent will of the abyss. I must not let the will of the abyss discover my identity. The moment it does, I will become the target of everyone. I'm afraid that many terrifying existences of the dark abyss would come to deal with me. That would be a huge problem. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself, however, as a bloodshed tavern master, This set of robes is indeed very good at disguising itself. The possibility of me being exposed is still very low. South, he passed through layer after layer of the abyss world. 12th layer of the abyss world. Hua! The huge black ship arrived at this layer of the abyss world. The moment it arrived, Dongbo Shuang, who was standing at the bow of the ship, felt a sense of threat. It should be stronger than me. Dongbo Shuang looked into the distance. Then he immediately drove the Starfield flying ship forward, heading towards the next layer of the abyss world, hundreds of billions of kilometers away from Dongbo Shuang. This was a vast lake. The lake was dark and calm without any ripples. In the depths of the lake, a huge creature that was in deep slumber opened its eyes. A pair of blood-colored eyes pierced through the lake water and through the obstruction of space, looking at the huge black ship that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away. A passerby, the huge creature watched as the huge black ship left this layer of the abyss world and headed towards the next layer. Only then did it close its eyes and enter a deep slumber. 23 RD layer of the abyss world. The scenery of this layer of the abyss world was extremely beautiful. The sky was clear and the air was clear. It was the most beautiful and most human-like world that Dongbo Shuang had ever seen. In fact, there were very few clouds in the sky, and the rays of the sun shone on this layer of the world. There were very few ordinary demons in this layer of the world. There were also very few demonic gods and great demon god. Furthermore, they were rather obedient and would rarely start a large-scale war. It was a very calm and peaceful abyss world. But Dongbo Shuang's heart was in his throat. This was the most dangerous abyss world he had encountered so far. The master of this layer is called White Sovereign King. He is an extremely bloodthirsty paragon from the dark abyss. Dongbo Shuang thought. White Sovereign King was a relatively young paragon, but his reputation was extremely great. It was said that every paragon would walk on their own Tao. This White Sovereign King's Tao was some sort of Tao of slaughter. He fought and slaughtered, and was extremely formidable. In a luxurious palace hall that was rather far away from Dongbo Shuang, there were a large number of chefs sitting in the palace hall, preparing all sorts of delicacies. Plate after plate of delicacies were sent to the front of the esteemed master, and the person eating the delicacies was an extremely handsome man dressed in silver-white armor. Both his hands held onto a blade, and he was very proficient in cutting the food and eating it. He was enjoying it very much. He was White Sovereign King. His killing and bloodthirstiness were famous in the entire abyss, but normally he was extremely fond of peace and delicacies. Suddenly he glanced into the distance. He saw a crimson-robed figure on the huge black ship. This robe? Is it some tavern master of the Bloodshed Tavern? White Sovereign King lightly muttered to himself before continuing to eat his delicacies. It was normal for powerful existences to occasionally pass by his world, and he was too lazy to care about them. Only after leaving the 23rd layer of the abyss world did Dongbo Shuang heave a sigh of relief. This was the only existence that could easily kill him along the way. Killing him in a single move was not just for show. Soon, Dongbo Shuang revealed a smile. He continued, moving forward. The 26th layer of the abyss world was where his target, the great demon god, the heir lived.